Okay, so today we will be making a train in Blender. We'll create the front engine. There will be smoke coming out of the smokestack. We will have pistons that push the wheels. We will also create a coal cart and a couple passenger carts. The passenger carts will have seats in them as well as some lights. We will also make this all follow a path, and it will also be on top of a track. We can start off by deleting the camera, the cube, and the light by left clicking, dragging, right clicking, and hitting delete. We can then hit F4, then go import and go images as planes. If this is not here, you can go to edit in the top left of your screen, go preferences, and then go add-ons. If you go to enabled add-ons, as you can see, I have the import images as planes turned on with this check mark. It comes with Blender. That's why there's this Blender icon here. So if you don't see it, you can either search it up and then check it, or if it's just not checked, you can check it and it should pop up when you hit F4, import, and then it should be there. I'm not going to select this. I'm going to go find my image. So, here. I'm just going to size this up a bit. And you can find all these images in the description. I'll do this one first. As you can see, the image is not showing up. That's because we have to go into this viewport shading that has colors in it. We'll then look flat on from -Y axis and then rotate on X 90 degrees. We'll then size it up a bit and then pull it to the right. We can then hit F4 again, and I'll bring in my other image. This one will be more of a reference image, and I'll only take a couple pieces from it, but I think that the light and the whistle on it look pretty good. Size it up. I'm going to try to size it up to about the same size as this one here. That way, when we take a couple of the items off of this one, like the light and the whistle, then we can put it onto this one, and they'll be relatively the right size. So let's go something like... That looks pretty good. We can then pull this back on X, and then hit G and X to pull it back to the center. So here. I'll then zoom in a bit, and we can now create these steam box at the front. So we'll do that by hitting Shift A, going to mesh, and then going cylinder. We can then rotate the cylinder on Y 90 degrees, and then size it down, and pull it over here so that we can line up the top of it and the bottom of it with the top and bottom of the steam box, so it's about the same height. So let's size that down. Put it over here. That looks pretty good. I'll then move it back so it's lining up with this wall here, and then we'll go into edit mode. You're going to want to turn on the X-ray mode, and then we're just going to select this front rim of vertices here, just like that. We can then pull it back on X, and we're going to extrude it and size it up, and then shrink it down and extrude a bit so that we can create these ridges that you see on the steam box. So you can see there's one here, and one here. So as you can see, I extruded, sized it up so that top and bottom kind of line up. Now I'll extrude again. Extrude again. You want to make sure they're all relatively the same thickness. We'll then create kind of this curve here by extruding once and then sizing it down. And extrude a bit more. And then do the same how we created this curve. You just size this down again. Not too much, maybe like that. Then to create this nub at the end, we're going to hit I and inset it a bit. We'll then extrude a little bit so it's long enough. So now we kind of have the steam box. I'm going to color this now. And the colors I'm going to make is silver, gold, and red. You can choose any colors, but I think those colors look pretty good on a train. So I'm going to hit new. I'm going to change the base color to a darkish gray. I'm then going to turn up metallic completely and turn down roughness a bit. So you kind of get this shiny silver look. I'll then create a gold one. So we'll go base color. This can be more of a yellow/orange. We'll turn the metallic all the way up and turn the roughness a bit down. And then we can create the red one. And this one won't be shiny, but it'll kind of look like paint. So let's go base color, red. This will kind of be a crimson red, so we can color it down. That looks pretty good. So for this, for the steam marks, I'm gonna go to face selection mode. Here, then select this front piece. I'm gonna make this gold. So you click on gold and hit assign. So as you can see, that front piece there is gold. I think I'm gonna turn off up the roughness a little bit, so it's not too shiny. I'm then going to shade this smooth, but it's a bit too smooth as you can see. So I'm gonna go to object data properties, go to normals, and turn on auto smooth. We can now create the smokestack right here by bringing in a cylinder, then sizing that down, looking flat on Y, and then pulling it over. So let's size that down a bit, over, size it down, make it maybe about as thick as you see from here to here, about as wide. Okay, we'll then go back into edit mode, and then go single vertically selection mode. Select all this bottom face and size it up, so we kind of get that slant on both sides. We can then select the top, extrude it upwards, not too much. We'll then extrude a little bit more, size up to kind of create this ridge here. So we can extrude a little more, extrude a little less. I think I cut it somewhere though. Yeah. So it's down. I want it to be kind of the same amount as the bottom though, so that looks pretty good. We'll then extrude it up a bit more. I'm just gonna size this up a bit, so it's a bigger of a kind of funnel. And then I'll extrude up a little bit. Size it up, extrude a little more, extrude up a little bit, size down. So now we have the smokestack. I'm not going to color it. I'm going to make the top rim here. I'm going to make it nice shiny gold. You can easily do this and reuse the colors by pulling down this menu here and then just selecting it. This will make the whole thing gold though, which is something we don't want. So I'm going to make the original color silver, and then I'll go plus, and then I'll add gold, and then I'll hit assign. So that'll assign that top rim. I'll then select this middle piece here, and then I'll add in the red color. So now we make that red. That red looks pretty nice. I might make it's a little bit shinier, something like that maybe. Yeah, that looks pretty good. We can now create the light at the front. Oh, before that though, I'm gonna shade that smooth, turn on auto smooth. Maybe turn that down a bit. Something like that. I also want to make this top piece here kind of curve in. So I'm going to make this number of cuts 3 while selected on loop cut. And then I'm just going to cut it 3 times. And then go back into selection mode. Look flat on Y. Select this top one. Shrink it down. Select this middle one. Shrink it down a little more. And select this bottom one. Shrink it down the most. Something like that. So that looks pretty good. Then tone this down a bit, leave a little bit more. That looks pretty good. It also seems like this top is filled in, which we don't want. So I'm gonna go face selection mode, delete that face, and that looks pretty good. I will now create the light at the front. So I'm actually going, since this one's way too small, I'm gonna take reference from this one and make it kind of look like this one, except I'm going to take the smoke cap here and put on this one over here, because if you didn't have this cap, then when let's say it was raining, your train would get all wet and then rain would get inside and then it'd put out the fire that's making the light. So that's important to have. So in order to do that, flat on Y, Shift A, bring in a cylinder, pull it over. For anything else we are going to bring in, it'll make it easier to take the cursor and probably put it over here, so that when we spawn something in, it's a bit closer to well, our light in this pixel. We can then size it down, pull it over here, size it down, rotate it a bit so that's on the same angle as the pole you see here. I'll then go into edit mode, single vertex selection mode, select it, and pull it up. So that's actually going into the light. I'm also going to want to make sure this is intersecting with the actual image. So I'm going to hit L, G on X, or G on Y, and pull this in. Kind of like that. I'll then hit Shift A and bring in another cylinder. As you can see, it spawns here now. I'll size this down, size down Z a bit, size down more. And I just want it to kind of be the same thickness as the one you see in the picture, so that's pretty good. But it needs to be a bit bigger. Size it up, size down Z, pull it down. That looks pretty good. I'll then use Alt and then click to select this top rim of vertices. I'll then extrude a bit, shrink down to the right size. Extrude it up more, extrude a bit, shrink it down to the right size, and then do this once more to create kind of the top here. There'll be a hole here later. We can now create the hole for the light as well as kind of the funnel for the light to come out of. We can do this by bringing in a circle. We'll then rotate this on Y 90 degrees and extrude it a bit on X. I'll then select this whole thing by hitting L on it and then shrink it down quite a bit. Look back flat on the minus Y axis. Sit down, sit up. Maybe that big. And size up on X. Pull it back. Just down a little bit. Okay. We can then look flat on the x-axis, or pull this whole thing over. So let's select all those, pull it over, and then look flat. And then if I zoom in, we can then use L to select this, and then extrude it, and then right-click, extrude it, then right-click, and then size it down, so we can give that some thickness, the rim some thickness. We'll now cut out the hole, so that when we put light in here, light can come through. We're going to need to hit L on the funnel we just made though, and then hit P and selection. That way we don't actually cut through the, well, ring around here. We'll then use knife to just cut around, so we'll do that really quick. It's okay if your lines aren't perfectly in the middle, because you won't be able to see that. You just need to make sure that they're inside of the circle. Okay, I'll then hit enter, and then I will delete, or I'll go to face selection mode, and then I should be able to delete all those faces. So now, as you can see, it's hollow, so you can see inside. I'm also then gonna hit L on this and then center it, because I don't think that's completely centered. Alright, I'll then go and select this top face, and then go inside it a bit with I. How much? And then extrude this down, and then delete the bottom face. So as you can see, it's kind of hollow now. I will then select a couple of these faces up here in edge selection mode, or a couple of these edges. So I'll go out of X-ray mode, and then select these two, these two, these two, and these two. I'll then extrude those up on Z. That. And we can now create kind of this cap. What is it? On this one. You can see right here. In order to do this, what we're going to do is we're going to hit Shift A, and then we're going to bring in a circle. I'm then going to pull this over and then shrink it down, as well as hit F to fill it. It's pretty good. So it's down a bit. like so. Okay. Once we've done that, we're now going to have to cut it a bit using the knife tool. Now we're going to hit P and selection, so it's a separate item so that we don't cut the actual light or the actual place where the light will be into pieces, because then they'll just cut a line like straight through it all the way, which would be bad. So I'm then going to go back into, I'm going to use the selection tool over here, select box, and then I'll go into edit mode. I'm looking from the top. I'm then going to go to single vertex mode and then cut it, connecting every single vertex. So let's connect them, right click, connect them, right click, connect them, right click. Let's do this a couple times over. And as you can see, when it's on the vertices, you can see it kind of snaps to them. And the dot becomes becomes outlined in red. So you need to make sure that happens all the time. Every single time, you need to make sure that happens. The reason why we're doing this is so when we're finally done, we can hit enter. And then we have one center point, and we can pull this up on Z. And it'll be more round, because if we were to just make two cuts, then it'd be really blocky. Like it'd just be a flat face here, a flat face there, and it look really not well rounded. I'm then going to go back and object mode, select it, and pull it down a bit, something like that. Make sure it's in the center. Okay. I'll then join these two. So Control J to join those, as well as this piece here. So Control J to join them. I'll then go into edit mode. Use L to select this piece. Something like that. Flat on X. Center it. Okay. We can then go extrude and then size that down, so that gives that some thickness. And then I will go to face mode and select these. Can I extrude these in? No. No, so we won't do that. Well, what we can do is we can go here and then we can go modifiers and then add a solidify modifier, which will make just a little bit. So as you can see, a little bit of thickness. 2 looks pretty good. How about 3? Let's go the other way. Let me go inward. We'll do 2. I think 2 looks pretty good. So we can then apply that. Once we apply that, we have this kind of little top here. I'm going to make it a bit bigger. It's pretty small. It's a little bit too big. Something like that. Okay. We can then pull this over to our chain over here. So let's go over. Put the front, look flat on Y. Shrink it down. Maybe something like that. Make sure it's lined up with the center. So it's centered on the plane, on the train, like that. Okay, we can then head back into edit mode and I'll start coloring. Before I do that though, I'm actually gonna select all these top faces in vertex selection mode. X-ray mode. Size this up a bit. Pull this down on Z. That, and then I'm also gonna use Alt to select the rim. Size that up a bit. We'll delete that because I'm pulling those two. And pull it up on Z. Like so. Okay. I'm not gonna color it. So I'm gonna make the main color gray. So let's go in here, gray. And then I'm gonna add the gold color. I'm gonna select this top cap here. And let's make that gold. And then I'm gonna shade smooth. Then go here and then go auto smooth. That looks pretty good. Okay. We can now create the glass bit inside of the lights by hitting Shift A, bringing in a UV sphere way over there. I'm gonna change the cursor to right here again. Size that down. Size it down on X a bit. Then go to here, hit new, and then I'm gonna make this the, where is it? Translucent or transparent BSDF. It looked black for now, but it's actually see-through in the actual mode. Let's just pull this like right about. That looks pretty good. Yep. Okay, now we will create the whistle that you can see on this one. But as you can see, this one kind of goes through the roof or maybe on the side. But I'm going to have mine placed more like over here where this one is, and then have it kind of dangle in and go in through the top here. But we can create that, so let's go Shift-A. Bring in a cylinder. Pull that over. Size it down. Make sure it's the same width as the bottom piece there. Edit mode. Select the top rim vertices. Size it down. Bring it up. Same thing here. I'm not gonna like the rim, but I'm gonna size it up a bit. So it's going down. Size it up. Or let's go like that. Okay. In order to create the whistle, I'm going to insert this and then extrude this up so it comes out of the top, as you can see. To create the whistle, I'm going to hit Shift-A, and I'm going to bring in a UV sphere. I will pull the UV sphere over, and then I'm going to cut the UV sphere in half. I'll then select the UV sphere, shrink it down a bit, pull it directly over, move it on Y, down, something like that. I'll then select this bottom rim here and extrude it down. Then use L to select it and pull it right into the center. Alt select, pull up on C. L select, pull down on Z. And just center it on Y. Something like that. I'm also then going to fill in the bottom. So Alt, fill. And then I'm going to kind of cut out the whistle piece, I guess you call it. So let's look on from X. and then go knife tool, then just go cut. Does it cut to the middle there? No. Cut, cut, cut. That looks pretty good. Then go to face selection mode. Select all those faces, delete them. Then we can create kind of this hand heel. I'm gonna move this oval. There. We can then create this hand that's kind of sticking out. So hit Shift A, bring in a cylinder again. Pull this oval, flat on Y, shrink it down, rotate it a bit, lined up, shrink that as its like thickness, so like that. Pull it out on Y. Okay. Then go into edit mode. I'm just gonna select the end vertices here, pull it oval, size it down, and I'm gonna shoot to kind of make this curve here. So let's go extrude once, rotate it, rotate it, shoot up a bit more. More. Oh, it's like this. It doesn't look completely straight, so it's like this top one, this bottom one, Shift Alt, select this top one up here. Then rotate this just a little so it's nice and straight up and down. But then kind of create this, well, ball here. So let's go. And then I will create the rope. For right now, since we don't have this actual, well, top piece here of the cab of the front engine, I will not make the rope curve because I don't know where that's going to go into, so that's kind of hard to do. I'll just leave it like this for now and come back to it later. Make sure the hand is inside. Hit select both and hit Ctrl J to join those. I'll then shade the smooth. Turn on auto smooth and pull it over. Key on Y. Which way is it? Something like that. Size it down. Pull it up. Maybe like so. And then we can color it by going into edit mode. So we'll first select this top whistle here, or the pole inside. So let's go like this, and then like that. Make this gold. Oh. Gold. And then we will make this big piece right here, face section mode, make this piece here red, and then we'll make this rim right here gold. Okay, so that looks pretty good. We can now create the cab here, which is this big piece as well as the bottom, but mainly this big piece here. So it's a Shift A, bring in a cube. Oh wait, this is combined with that, we don't want that. Go back into object mode, Shift A, bring in a cube, size it down a bit. We'll start off by making this bottom piece here. So something like that looks pretty good. We can then go into edit mode, select that face and pull it out. And then we'll need to select the whole thing. So hit A for all, so select all the vertices. And then size it up on Y just enough so it's coming kind of over the actual steam box. Because you can see that in the picture how it's coming, if I move everything out of the way, how it's coming over. Like you can see that the piece is coming over here. So let's do that. Back. Okay. We will now create the trim here that goes around. So we can select these top vertices. Shoot a little bit. Size it up. Shoot a bit more. A little bit. Size it down. Like that. We can now cut out the back piece here. So we'll just use the knife tool. Select right about here. And then if you actually select the knife tool and hit A, you can cut perfectly straight lines. So enter. We can then select this face. I think that edge was a little bit too far in. So let's pull it out. That. Then we can select this face and extrude it up. That looks pretty good. We can now cut out the windows. So let's go knife tool. Hit the A tool again. Perfectly straight. Then go up. Turn off the tool by hitting A again. I'm gonna give it kind of round corners. Straight. A. Round corners. And then A. Pull it down. So as you can see, it's not centered and the vertices aren't in the exact right places. But we can fix this by going single vertex selection mode and just moving stuff a bit. So I'll move these over here. Delete that one. Oh. No, that's fine. Pull it over there. We can then also smooth, make sure these are in the middle and come out the same amount. So like that. We can then go into face selection mode. Select this face right here. And wait. Select this face here. Move it on to about the center. Let me size it up a bit. Size it down on X. That looks pretty good. I'm gonna select all these edges here. And select these ones. Fill that in. Oh. This edge, this one. Fill. This edge, this one. Fill. This edge, this one. Fill with F. And select, go to face selection mode, select this face and delete it. So you don't see now we have a window. I mean, you can do this to the other side really easily by going into knife mode. Just going right by these edges, not on them, but right by and just re-cutting it out. Just like that. We'll then delete that one, and on the other side you should see exact same size and shape of window. Okay, we'll now create the roof. Now the roof here I don't really like the look of. What I do like is the trim that you can see right along here. So I'll make that single velocity selection mode. Up. Size it. Pull it back. Size it. Extrude. Size it a little bit. Size it down. So that looks pretty good. Also, I want to pull this whole face up a bit. It's a bit too low. Kind of like that. Okay. We'll now create the roof by going Shift A, bringing in a circle, rotating it on Y 9 degrees, shrinking it down, cutting it in half. Oh. Let me select this. Cut this in half. Delete that. Then select it. Shrink it down on Z. Extrude it. Select this end. Fill with F. Select this end. Fill with F. Then go into face selection mode. Select the whole thing. And center it on here. Size it down. Bond flat. Pull it on to the right size. Maybe something like that. And then pull it over. Size it up on Y. Maybe it says up on Z, but too. And bam. So that looks pretty good. So that will be the roof. I think it's a bit too tall though, so let's go. This is down to pull it back down. Okay. We can now create the curvables for it, which is this thing you see here. I want mine to look a little bit different though. So I have my own image that I drew, but you can actually go online and find a ton. Or you can just copy that one, doesn't really matter. But I'm gonna rotate this on X 90 degrees. Look on Y. Pull it over for now. And then start cutting it out. So let's go knife tool. From wait. Oh, I also want to pull it down. Put up into that corner there. Make sure it's slightly in both walls. That. Then start cutting it out. So let's go knife tool. And then from here we can make kind of a auto piece like that. Pull it in completely straight. Oh. From here to there. So maybe it's not cutting. Weird. Anyways, we can then select here, pull it down, and then I'm gonna look back on Y. Oh, could shouldn't have done that. Knife tool. Let's pull it away. Maybe that's why it's not cutting. Knife tool. Bam. Kind of curve it at the top here a bit. Like that. Then from right about here, pull it down. And then kind of gradually curve it at the bottom here. So it's like that. Then connect this to the wall. And then curve this bottom here. So we can cut that out. And then I'm going to delete this face. Select all these. And then hit P and selection. I'm going to see if I can add a kind of bevel mod. Oh, what's going on? I'm just going to select this. Can I add a bevel modifier to it? Can't tell if it's doing anything. I don't think it is. We're just going to edit mode. Go to loop mode. Add one heel. Oh. One heel, one heel, one heel. One every single one down here, and do the same to the bottom. Then go back into selection mode. Select these. Just pull them out a bit so it makes it look a little more round. Okay. We'll then pull this over to our actual train card, so something like that. Make sure the object origin is set to geometry. Size that down. Put it in the corner. I kind of like that size. Looks really good. Go edit mode. And then pull it out. Something like that. We're gonna select all of it and then extrude it a bit on Y. So maybe it's about that thick. We're gonna select the thing. We're gonna select cobble, pull it over, send the edge, and then shift D it to the other side. Make sure it's even room between both. So like that looks pretty good. We'll then select both, make sure they're going into the actual roof. So something like that. Let's see. This looks kind of weird. So we'll pull this down. Select this. And then something I found out is this was supposed to come out more straight. So let's go to mode, select all of these, and then delete that. We're then going to go into edge selection mode, select all of these edges, so like this. And then go flat on Y, extrude just a little bit, extrude it more. So Y, size that up. Then extrude a little more on Z and then size that up so that kind of aligns with this over here. I'll then just take this side and pull it back. And then go to face selection mode, just like that, pull it in. As well as the same thing over here. Like so. So it looks pretty good. I'm going to want to almost merge this top face with the bottom face. So let's select this and delete that. Let's select this and then we'll select both. Then hit fill. Not twice, just once. You stop playing it. Oh. Fill. So fill the whole thing in? Yep. So it looks better. Okay. Is it hollow? No. Okay. Back into object mode. Select the corbels. Make sure that they're just going into the roof a little bit. Something like that. Then we'll join them to the actual cab. So Control J to join it. And then we'll shade smooth, go into here, go auto smooth. Something I'm gonna do is now color it. So edit mode, and I'm gonna start adding colors. I'm gonna make the corbels a nice gold color. So I can go in here. First I'm gonna make everything gray, plus gold assign. Once we've done that, we can then select all of this down here. So I'm gonna select this rim here by going from the side, X-ray mode, selecting that, then going plus red assign. So that can be red color or that looks pretty nice. And then I will now create the door that's back here. One thing we'll need to remember is that we can't have this necessarily here, so let's pull this in so it's flat. Like that. Sure. And now we will cut out a platform back here. So let's go knife tool, cut straight, end tool. Select this, shoot this out maybe that much. Pull this up a bit. We'll then create a single step. So let's go knife tool from here to there, here to there. I'll then pull this, I'll then slide this up on Y, see a little bit, pull it up, and then extrude this out. This is not very centered, so I will select this side, let's go ahead and pull it over. That looks a bit better. I'll then cut out a door. So let's go knife tool, maybe this wide, all the way up, edge, a modifier, down. Like that. End tool. Okay. So now I have a pretty long door. And I'm gonna go to edge selection mode. And edge selection mode and select this edge here. So this one, and this one. And pull them out just a tad. So it's about the same amount of room in between both sides. Like that. And I can now cut out a window. So let's go to the back. A window. Again, make sure this connects. Well, then I'm going to vertice selection mode and go G and pull this a bit over. Face selection mode, select this face and make sure it's even. That looks pretty good. Maybe size it up a bit. And then we can make this the glass material too. So plus, make this into glass. Assign that. Okay. I can then select all of these faces around here. So this one, all of these, and then make these red because the red color is pretty nice. I think the door's a bit tall, but all we need to do is we can actually just make these steps a bit bigger. So select all those, like this one, put it up on Z, and then make this one a little bit bigger. So that looks pretty good. We can now create a door handle by hitting Shift A, bringing in a cube, shrinking it down, pulling it over, selecting this side, hitting extrude, so it's about the same size as the other cube, extruding it more, so as you can see it's already looking like a door handle. Hitting L, I'm going to apply the gold modifier to it, then hitting P, selection, to make its own object. I'm then going to add the subdivision surface to it, then go into edit mode, and select this one and just hit E once. You don't have to move it. Then E on this one, and then E on that one. Let's make it 2. That doesn't really make a difference, I'll just make 1. I'm then going to go back into object mode and apply this, and then shade it smooth. Turn on auto smooth. Oh, you don't turn on auto smooth. Dump things down. objects that was geometry. Shrink it down and pull it over to where the door handle on the door would probably be. So maybe right about here, because most all right-handed, so probably like that. Something like that looks pretty good. I'm gonna control join that to the actual train, and now I can create the railings. So in order to create the railings, I'm gonna go Shift A, and I'm going to bring in a cylinder. I'm then gonna size this down and pull it over here. Let's go like that. Size it down and then size it up on Z, so that we kind of have this metal rod. I'll then make this the gray color, like that, and then put it into the actual train. I then look flat on Y and Shift it on the X-axis along the edge. So Shift X. Like so. Maybe this one's a little bit too fun. I'm gonna want to pull that one back a little bit. Something like that. Even out a bit. Okay. We can then select all these, join them, and then add the mirror modifier. So mirror, and then make the mirror object the cube, and then make the axis Y so it duplicates the other side. We can then go into edit mode and then go Shift A and bring in a cube. We can size this down, pull it over here, size it up on X, and size it up on Y. Like so. It's a little bit long. I don't want to go into the train too much. And then I'm gonna make it gold. So L plus gold, assign. So you can see it's on both sides. So we have railings. These railings are actually kind of short, so I think I'm gonna size these up a bit by going like by selecting all of them, size them up on Z, about the same height as the trim heel. I'm then gonna join these, or I'm then going to apply, or these balls are kind of thin. Shift size or S Z S Shift Z, I think it was, and then go individual origins, S Shift Z. There we go. Make them a bit wider. I want the railings to be a bit longer too. Like Okay. I'm then gonna go and apply the mill modifier, so we can apply that, and then I'm gonna join this to the train, so Control J. Then shade everything smooth, turn on auto smooth, and then I will go to edit mode, and I don't want this to be red because it looks like it was almost part of the door at one point, so I'll make that gray. That looks better. And then I'm going to actually cut out a window at the front here. So let's go knife tool, go out of the mode. Knife tool, A, pull it over, make it go up, and tool. Okay, we're gonna select this face. I'm gonna pull it up on Z just a little, even it out, and yeah. So that one looks pretty good. I'll make this the glass material. Sign that. And so now we kind of have this cab here. We need to create this other piece though, right down here. So let's go object mode, and then go, what kind of edit mode? Select this face, go inset, made it to about there, and then let's take these two sides, size them up on Y, or pull them out, G on Y, G on Y, select this face selection mode, and extrude this out. We'll then use the knife tool to cut out a line down here. So let's go knife tool, N tool, select this, extrude it down. I'm gonna select this face. Oh wait. Extrude down. I'll select this face and pull it in. Just a little bit. So maybe like that on that side. Same thing on the other. That. Maybe let's pull this one in a little bit. Okay. And then we can also create this little piece at the front here. So insert, put it up on Z, and extrude that. Okay. We can then go back into object mode, and now that we have all of this, we are now able to create the Cowcatcher, or pilot as they call it. So let's hit Shift A, bring in a circle, pull it over on X, then go edit mode, single vertex selection mode, cut this in half. We'll then take it and extrude it down on Z. So let's make it maybe that thick. Hit all, hit extrude, then just size it down, pull it over, size it down, pull over, and then I'm going to add the subdivision surface modifier to it. I'll make this a level of 2. I'm then going to go into edit mode and select this end piece from the top, and then go extrude and then rotate, extrude, rotate, and then that looks, we may extrude once more. Okay, and I'm gonna cut this actually in half, so I'm actually gonna pull this, both of these faces. There's 2 faces here. Let me select both. So I just want to slant. as well as this one. Oh, let's see through it. Face. How do I get that other face? Oh, okay. There we go. Pull it over. And then I'm gonna cut off this side of the entire thing. Delete that. Delete that. Delete all those. And then I'm going to add the mirror modifier to it. Make this mirror on Y, not X. So that connects pretty well. Does this end connect here? Seems like it does. So we can then go into object mode, apply this, and then apply this. That looks weird. But then go into edit mode, and I think here, yeah, they overlap, and it's kind of on an angle. So I'm gonna pull this out. Turn this on. Proportional editing on. Pull this out on Y just a little bit. Maybe a little more like this. Okay. We're gonna go back in object mode and check to see if we can shrink down of slight size. So let's go. That seems like it should work. We'll then create the bottom one. In order to do this, you're gonna hit Shift A and then go to Mesh and bring in a circle. This will be a lot like the other one, except this one will be a little more pointy at the bottom, so that when we're placing the bars, it's a bit on a slant on both sides. So I'm gonna delete half of it. I'm then going to select it and then extrude on Z, so they're basically all squares. Then I'm gonna move it on X, and I'm gonna open top view, and I'm just gonna select this one here, and then use proportional editing, so I turn that on, and then size it up to make it more of a point. I'm gonna select all of it, bring it down here, and I'm going to size it down. Turn off proportional editing for now. Size it down. That's a pretty good size. And then going to extrude it. Then going to extrude it and then size it down. I have to pull it down on X and size it up on X just a tad, so that equals it out, something like that. I'm then going to turn on subdivision surface of 2, and then let's just check again to make sure this is the right size. That's a pretty good size. So we're now going to make the bottom. First, I'm going to delete half of it. So look from top view. Let's cut off half, like so. And then I'm just going to extrude this, rotate it, extrude this, rotate it so this is flat. And then extrude this all the way. And extrude this once, just a little bit. I'm going to select all of this, pull it back on Y a bit, and then I'll add the mirror modifier. I'll mirror it on Y. This could be pulled out a little bit. Also turn on that again. Something like that. That looks pretty good. I can then select it, side view, pull it down. It's a bit too long now, so let me just go back. That's a pretty good size. Okay, I will then go to object mode and then apply the subdivision and apply the mule. Now we're gonna look from top view, and we're just gonna line these balls up. So line up at the bottom there, maybe like that. Pull it down a bit. Let's look from side view. Like so. So pull it down, make sure they even line up with the picture. And then we can start to make the bars. So, in order to make the bars, it'll be pretty easy. Go to mesh, add a cube. This will look like the bars we made for the railings. Size it down, size it up on Z. Look from the top view. Put it right on the side here. Make sure that it's not too long, but also not too short. So, that's a pretty good size. I'll then shift D this on the edge. In order to see it a little better, I'm gonna make this the red color. So, and red. I'll shift D this around, making sure that they're evenly all spaced out and on the same angle. So as you can see, this flapper kind of lines up with that, and that bottom kind of lines up with that. Okay, once you have all these, I'm then going to select all the ones on this side. I'm actually going to go into edit mode, select all of these. Bam, 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 bam. Then join these with Control J, except for the middle one. I'll then go into edit mode. I'm gonna pull these top faces here into the top bar. So as you can see, they're in there. Make sure you're using face selection mode. This will make it way easier. If you need to size it down a tiny little bit, you can, but I probably wouldn't. Excuse me. I'm gonna go back and I need to make sure that they're evenly spaced. Okay, so now we're going to take them and put it at the and align it with the top one here. So let's go put that in. Put that in. That one, and see how I'm evenly spacing them out so they don't have that much room? About just enough. Also sizing them down at the top a bit so that they fit a bit better. Alright. So they look pretty good. Some of them I'd say should be rotated a little bit, like this one. Oh, that's fine. Okay, I'm not gonna go to object one. Select this middle one here. Go in edit mode, take the top face, pull it in. It seems to be a different color. Oh, I guess. No, Sim, I guess it's just in the shadow. Yep. Okay. Well, now select this one and then go add modifier and then add the mirror modifier. We'll select the mirror object as the circle. And then we'll just mirror to the other side. Apply that. Oh, and now let's move this middle one more center. Do I even need this other one? Make sure it's not going to overlap with any of the other ones. That middle one's bothering me, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go back. And I'm just gonna go, I'm gonna keep it like that. Edit mode. Select this one. Pull it in. And then object mode. Apply that. Center it, rotate it, and bam. Okay. Then I'm gonna join them all to that middle one there. So Control J. And then I will select these two balls as well as this one. Join it. And see how those balls are red? We don't want this. We're gonna go edit mode. L to select that one. It's already selected on that one. Plus silver material, assign. We'll then shade the smooth. Turn on auto smooth. And then maybe turn it down. I'll then take it and I'll place it right in front of the train. Like so. I might set it up on Y just a tad. And select this. And I just have to shrink down the sides of the box a bit, something like that. And then like that. Okay, so that is looking pretty good. Now we can create the wheels of the train. Before we do that though, I'm gonna make the rope go into the cab here. So go into here, so select it, go to loop cut. Let's turn the number up quite a bit, maybe like to 10. We'll cut that. We'll then go to face selection mode. And looking from side, we're going to select some of the faces, rotate them, and move them so that they're going inside, so that it's going inside of the cab. So this is straight. I'm then gonna loop cut this one a bit more. Bam. That looks pretty good. We'll now add kind of a handle here by moving the cursor. Oh, it's about center. Adding in a cylinder. I'm gonna shrink that down. Rotate it on Y90 degrees. Size it up on X. Down. Maybe that big. Size it up on X. Pull it underneath. Kind of like that. Then hit Shift A, adding in a circle, rotating it on X 90 degrees, sizing that down, making sure the sides are about the same size as the same width as our handle, or the bottom of a handle. Then go into edit mode, single vertex selection mode. Make sure that you select it on the select box icon. Then you're going to delete the bottom half of all the vertices. Extrude this on Y a bit. Use L to select the whole thing. Move it on Y a bit. Size it down on X, then make it the red color, or make this the red color. Select this, extrude it, then size it down, and pull it down on Z. So it's kind of a ball, or you have some thickness to the handle. This is usually made out of leather. I will then select both, pull it up on Z so it's going in. Probably rotate this a bit, move it over, and yeah, so now we have that. So that looks pretty good. I'm gonna reshade the smooth just in case. Smooth. Now we can create the wheels. So in order to do that, we are going to hit Shift A and then bring in a circle. We're going to want to move the train, so I'm just going to select this, and this, and parent it to this. So let's right click and then go, we'll parent it to the engine. Parent object. Now if we move this, it should all follow. Yep. So we'll move this to the side. Yep. And then we will select our circle, rotate it on X 90 degrees, size it down, put over to the middle of the wheel, size it up, something like that. We'll then pull it out on Y a bit, and then go into head into edit mode. We'll then extrude it on Y, and then extrude it a bit more. This part will be sized up to kind of make the flail. It doesn't have to be much, just a little bit, like that. Then select all of it, extrude it once, and then size it down. We're gonna make it maybe like this thick, so the whole thing is that thick. We can then, let me select this edge here, well these edges right here, and pull those in. We can now create the rods that are in the middle. So let's hit Shift A, bring in another cylinder, size that down, pull it over, size it down so it's about the same thickness of the rod, and size it up on Z quite a bit. Something like that. We'll then pull this forward so it's in the middle of the wheel at the front. So right in between here and here. I'm also gonna make sure this is centered. Okay. We can now go down Z a little bit. And then shift it and rotate on Y a couple times like that. Nope. Shifty, rotate on Y. Shifty, rotate on Y. Shifty, rotate on Y. Yeah. So now we have all of the rods. Now we just have to create this little wheel cap in the center, or the cap of the wheels. So let's go. We'll be in a circle. We'll rotate this on Y 90 degrees and size this down. Oh, back. Rotate on X 9 degrees and size this down. Not that big. We'll then pull it out on Y, something like that, and then we will fill this. And let's go inside a little bit, and then extrude. We'll use Alt to select this rim, then extrude that on Y. We'll then hit F to fill, use L to select, and move it on Y. Like so. That. Maybe size it up. We'll then select everything. So this is the center of the wheel now. Select this. And what should happen is if we go into object mode and we rotate this on Y, oh, it should rotate perfectly, yeah. Okay, well then I'm gonna shade it smooth, go in here and then turn on auto smooth. Not too much though, because we still want the line right here, so that looks pretty good. We can then color it gray, so silver, and then we can hit Shift A. Well, edit mode, Shift A, bring in a cylinder. We're then going to rotate this on X 9 degrees, size that down quite a bit. From this angle, place it right in the center. See-through mode, place it right in the center there, like that. Size it up on Y. Maybe size it down, size it up on Y. So now that can be like the axle. Okay. We can then take this and then go Shift D and place this right on the actual pole here. So get this down until it's about just as wide as it can be, so like that. Size this down on Y till maybe it's like that long, and then pull it into the actual wad. We'll then make this the gold color. So make this gold a sign. And I'll probably make this a little bit shorter. And then we can make this rotate 360 degrees. So rotate once in, I believe, 40 frames. So let's go to object properties, and then starting at 0 on the Y rotation, we'll keyframe it. So you click right here on the little dot, and then it should become a diamond. I'm actually gonna make this start at 0. Select this back piece here, pull it back, and then the frame 40. I'm just going to go 360 degrees and keyframe that. So it should rotate forward, I'm hoping. But as you can see, it starts off fast and then kind of goes slow at the end. I don't want that, so I'm gonna right click and I'm gonna go into pollution mode and go linear. And this will make it go the same pace the whole time. Okay, that's exactly what we want. We can now duplicate this to the other side. So let's go Shift D, move it on X. So place it right about there. We can then duplicate this for these little wheels. So Shift D, size it down. We want the big wheels to be about twice the size. So I'm just gonna like that. And check this. So not twice the size. That looks pretty good. So let's do that for front wheels. Shift D this to the other side. I want mine to be a bit closer than shown in the picture. So maybe like that. I'll then select both, go into edit mode, and delete those little pins. Because for these ones, we don't need those pins. The reason why we do for the drive wheels is because that's where the coupling rod is going to connect. So that's why we need those pins there. We can then select both of these and move it from 40 instead of 40 to 20, because they're going to rotate 2 times as fast because they're about 2 times as small. So if you check, we should see them rotating forward but pretty fast. Most of them are rotating backwards, but they're all rotating forwards, as you can see. Because that makes it rotate forward, it's going up. So that's rotating forward. We're then going to hide the image and then pull the engine back. So let's go pull it back. So there's only a little bit of space in between the train and the wheels. Oh, that's pretty good. I'll then also shrink down the size of the wheels a bit. So let's go. Let's select both. Edit mode, side view. Select all that. G on Y, pull it back. Select all this. G on Y, pull it back. That looks a bit better. Okay, and then these should all be connecting with it. So that connects, those connect. We need to make sure they're all lined up. So as you can see, these aren't. What I mean by lined up is if we select both of these and then we go to flat on the y-axis, you can see how it kind of goes, the big wheel kind of goes straight and then goes down. This needs to be lined up with the little one too. So like that. And that looks pretty good. Still touching? Okay. So now we should see that those front ones rotate. And now we can create the coupling rod that will join these 2 wheels, and we'll go around with it. So in order to do that, let's hit Shift A, then bring in a circle, rotate this on Y, X 90 degrees, size it down, and then pull it in front of the wheels just a bit. We'll then go on to size it even more, and we're going to we're going to make sure that the origin point, which is this little dot you see in the middle, is directly in the center of one of these pins. Like that. Okay. We'll then go into edit mode, select the other half of it, and pull it on X. We want to make sure there's about the same amount of room between this end and the pin and this end and the pin. That looks pretty even. We'll hit all and fill that. And then pull this back. Let me tip out there. And then go back in edit mode, hit all and extrude it out. So it's about that thick. And then we can make this the gray color. And this one can be a little bit of a darker gray color. So maybe copy. So that copies it. So it's a new one. So it doesn't color everything. And just make it a little bit darker. Something like that. Okay. Now you'll see why we wanted the dot there. Because how you're going to keyframe this one is this one's going to kind of follow around with those pins. And in order to do this much easier, all you have to do is when we move it, so let's say we keyframed it at 0. If you go to 15, you just have to align the middle point with that pin. So let's go back. And if we move it, we should see that it only moves on the Z and X locations. So at 0, we'll keyframe those. Then at 10, which is a quarter rotation, we will then keyframe again. So zoom in. The more you zoom in, the easier it will be to get centered, and the less when you zoom out, the more centered it will look, even if it is a little bit off. Keyframe that 20. Keyframe 30. And then for 40, we can take the one at 0 and shift it over. Okay. So now as you can see, we have it, but it kind of like bounces from one to the other. Like as you can see, if you go back, it'll bounce to that one, then kind of bounce the other one. So now we're gonna go by 5s. So 5. Center it. 15. Center it. 25. Center it, keyframe. And then 35. Center it and keyframe. This will make it a little bit smoother. So as you can see, it's a little smooth, but still not perfect, because as you can see, it definitely moves like right here. It's way off, as you can see, way off, and here it's way more space. So now we'll go by 4, so like 4, 9, 14, that kind of thing. So like 1 before every keyframe, except for 0, and then we'll only keyframe this if we have to. So if it's like really off, then you're gonna want to keyframe those. So like that one's not too bad, so we don't have to do that. That one's not too bad. That one's not too bad. This one could use a little bit. That one's pretty bad. And this one's probably the worst. Okay. So now if we watch this, it should go around quite smooth. So, yep, moves around really well with it. We can now make the piston rod and the main rod. The main rod is the one that will connect the piston rod to the coupling rod. So it's kind of the one that if you were to see a train, there'd be one that like pushes, and then it pushes another rod, which then pulls in and out, and then the piston rod is the one that pushes in and out, causing everything to move. So we need to create both, as well as the cylinder over here that has the pressure in it that pushes the rods in and out. First I'm gonna align this light though, because I think that came out while we were moving it. So let's line that back up. That's pretty good. And then we can actually just take this one, go Shift D, move it on X, so it's pretty even, something like that. And then let's delete all the keyframes, because this one will still have it, this one doesn't need it. And then we're going to test to see how long this one has to be. So we're going to rotate this one on Y 90 degrees. And then we're going to see from the bottom of this wheel, so maybe like right there to the top, we can shrink this down quite a bit. So let's go edit mode, select this, pull it down. That long should be more than enough. We can rotate this back on Y minus 90 degrees. Pull it back over, make sure that that's aligned well. That. And then we're gonna move this in. Don't want to go into the wheel. Like that. We can now create the piston rod. So same like the other, Shift D, move it over like so. This one will actually have to go in edit mode, take one of these pins, then go Shift D, move it over, P selection. Then we can go to object mode, select the pin, size it down on Y a bit, so size it on Y a bit, and then take this other one, and this one will be placed behind it. So keep on X, like that. So that's a pretty good amount. I'm gonna move it a little more over, like so. Maybe like that. And this one has to be the same amount, so maybe like that. Okay, now this one will probably have to be a bit longer. So let's select this end here, pull it over. That's pretty good. And then now we will create the cylinder, which will be on the side here. So let's hit Shift A, bring in a, cylinder, and then rotate it on Y 90 degrees, size it down, pull it over, size it up on X, G on Y, and then pull it back maybe that much, size it up on X a little more, something like that. Shade it smooth, turn on auto smooth, Shift A, and a cube, size it down, put it inside. I don't know where this from. Oh, there's an extra. Let's go edit mode and delete that because I don't need that. Select the cube, pull it down, pull it beside it, size it up on X, make sure that's centered, size it up on Z, pull it up on Z, size it up on Y, and then we'll make this the gray color as well as this the gray color. Okay, now we can get to work. I'm gonna make this one also the darker gray one. Okay, we can now start working on keyframing the main rod. But so this would be the main rod right here. We need to make sure that the origin point is in the center here. So let's go That's pretty centered. Object set origin to 3D cursor. And then go select this one, and then do the same to object set origin to 3D cursor. And then we'll just pull this one away. Now this one is going to be a bit harder because we have to keep the origin point here. That way, when we rotate it on Y, which is what we're going to have to do, there'll be no origin point to line up over here. But what we can do is we can select the wheel, go to edit mode, hit L, Shift D, P selection, object mode, select it. So come on, right here. Size it, make sure the object set origin is to geometry, then size it down so it's a pretty small dot. Then pull it out and give it a gray color. So now that you see this little dot there, we're gonna take this dot and parent to it. So control or join it. At the end we'll delete this dot, but for right now this can act as our origin point that we were using before. So let's go back to 0. And for this one, the two ways we're allowed to move it is on the X location and the Y rotation, or on the Y rotation. Those are the only two we're allowed to move it on. So starting at 0, we'll keyframe it on the Y rotation and the X location. At 10, we're then going to rotate it and make sure it's lined up with the middle. So this will be a little bit trickier to get. That 20. That, and then 30. One 60, 50 to 40. Now we can do it by 5s. Oh. $15. $25. Sometimes if these are too much, you can hit G on your keyboard then X in order to do it a bit smoother, in order to move it a bit smoother. $35. GX. We're gonna see now kind of looks like this. Whoa. Oh, this has to be joined here. We'll join. There you go. Now it's to follow. Yeah. Okay. Now we will go by 4s if we have to. So this one needs a bit. Usually with these ones, you don't really need to change the rotation, though you do want to keyframe it, but you don't usually have to change it. Usually you just have to change the location on X. So let's see, it can be slightly off, but just not too much. Okay, so once I'm done keyframing all those, you should then be able to click off, and you should see that that point, that middle point there, should stay on well for almost the whole time. Yeah, it's kind of weird. Okay, so we can then go to edit mode, use L to select this little piece, and then delete that. And then if we watch it, it should be pretty smooth, and it should go in and then out. That's kind of what we want. And then this one's the easiest one to keyframe out of all. This one is the piston rod, which will push everything in and out. And this one, you only have to keyframe on the X. So at 0, soft keyframe on the X. We just have to keep this origin point here in the center of this pin. So let's go to 10, G on X, keyframe. Well, that's 9. $30. Yeah, 50. 5. 15. 25. 35. And we can go by 3, so that. Right there. Center it. Oh, I accidentally hit H. So that looks pretty good. So now if we watch this, you see that this pushes out, pulls back in. So it's all looking like they're working well. Now, as you can see, if you look flat on wide, you can see that the piston rod is actually coming out quite a bit right there. So we're gonna want to pull this back. Well, this as well as the, look at why. And pull this back on X. Actually, wait. How long can we make it here? So if we pull this, that's as long as it's possibly able to be, I think. Yep. So see that end here is just not sticking out. That's important to make sure. And then we need to elongate this just so it's covering the end there. So G on X. That's pretty good. And then we can take this cube and then move it to more of the center, like that. We'll just size it up on X a bit. There we go. So now we can join these two. So told you, join that. And as you can see, it's going through the tile. Okay, all we have to do to fix that is select all these. So this piece, G on Y. Pull it out just a bit. That looks pretty good. And then we just need to extend these wheel pins. So edit mode, face selection mode, select both the pin ends, and then G on Y, pop it out. Bam. So now if we watch this, just go in, push out, go in. Okay. Now we are going to duplicate this to the other side. This is actually quite easy because all we need to do is select one of the wheels, go to the modifiers, and then go add modifier. We're going to make this mirror. We'll then select the mirror object as the cylinder right here. We'll mirror it on Y, not X. So you can see it goes right to the other side. And then we'll select everything else we have to mirror. So little wheels, big wheels, cylinder, everything. Select this one as the main one. You can tell by this yellow, these are orange. Pull this little arrow down, then hit copy to selected, and this will copy it all to the other side. So as you can see, this pushes forward, and it all goes. Okay, we're then also going to want to select these, select both of these, hit A, and then go Shift D and move it by one. Yeah. As you can see, those look pretty well. And then we'll have to apply all these. So apply, apply, apply. The reason we have to apply all of these is because if this thing were to move, it, as you can see, the wheels over here are moving with it. That's because that's its mirror object. So that's why we have to apply all of them, if you were wondering. Apply, 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 and apply. So I think those all of them apply. Let's check. Oh. Okay. So that is all of them applied. And we can now select all of these and parent them to the Steam box here. So let's go parent, right click, parent, and then object. So it's all parented. So now when this moves, it'll come with it. Oh, wait. Forgot about this again. Parent object. Just move with it, and the wheel should still spin all forward. Okay, so that's pretty good. I'm actually going to make, that's pretty good. I'm actually going to make the, I'm gonna make in, I think it's, where is it? Here? Yeah, in output properties, I'm gonna change the frame rate to 40. So custom frame rate, I'm gonna change this to 40. Yeah. So as you can see, this goes a bit faster, kind of how it would normally be. And then in order to make this rotate multiple times, I'm just gonna select everything. And I'm gonna hit Alt, so Shift D. Wait. And I want to pull these back just one. Same thing with this. Okay. I'll hit Shift D and move it one forward. So as you can see, this will now rotate twice. So once, twice. Okay, and then we'll just keep doing that. So select all of them. A for all. So hit A for all of them. Shift D. Oh, my bad. Shift D. One after all. Shift D. One after all. Shift D. After all. Shift D. One after. Okay. So this leads to, which frame is that? That is frame. This is frame 1311. So we'll change the end frame of this to 1311. And then we'll just wash this, and it should perfectly loop. Yeah, so it loops pretty well. Oh, the only problem is that these wheels, they seem to stop for some reason. Now, why is that? Let's go back. We will make this 1311 though, still. Go back, zoom in here. So you'll have to run into one of these problems while doing this. Okay. So when So since the end frame is 40, does that work? Oh, must have been I did something wrong. Anyways, back once they're all selected, A, Shift D, only one after, A, Shift D, one after, A, Shift D, one after, A, Shift D, one after. So that should be the end frame that we had before. So, end frame 1311. Perfect loop, and this the wheels should always stay turning. Okay, yeah. So now we have the front engine of the train done, and so now we can create the cool cart. So let's hit Shift A, and then let's bring in a cube. Well then, look on the x-axis, shrink this cube down, pull it up a bit. I'm just gonna size this on Z. Pull it to where these wheels kind of are. So I'm gonna size it up on Z just so it's slightly, just so the top of this is slightly above the wheels. Like that. Okay. So now we will size it up on X. So maybe it's this big. I'm also gonna hit Alt-8 to unhide our picture. Pull the image back up so everything is pretty well aligned. And I'm just going to select that, pull it back over here. And I want the cold cut to be a little bit longer than in the picture and a little bit bigger. So I'm gonna take these two wheels, I'm gonna hit Shift key and move them over on X. So like that. I'm also going to clear the parent of them. So clear parent. From the side. Just make sure that these line up still. You can, layer them over, those line up. And make sure there's some overhang on each side. Left, what it means like from here to the tile. And then we can take all of these and parent it to the base here. So parent object. So now when we move this, it should move with it. We can also then take the cube and I'm gonna size it up. Decent amount. Size it up, size it up, size it up. Move it over. That looks pretty good. I'll then give this the gray color, the silverish color. So I'll just pick silver. Then pull it back. This is almost as long as a coat, but that's kind of how it'd be in real life because you need a lot of coal. We can then start making the actual coal cut piece. So let's go to edit mode, select this top face here, look from the side, extrude it up a bit, then extrude up a little more, size it out, extrude up a little bit, size it in, up a little bit. We're just creating the trim for the coal coat right now, so why did I cut into 4 faces? Anyways, we can then delete these faces here. I'm gonna delete those. Then I'm gonna go into edge selection mode. I'm just gonna select all of these top edges. Okay, so bam, oh, bam, 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 bam. I'm just gonna cut it into X's at some point. I don't know. Let's then extrude once, but then we'll size it in a little bit, so maybe like that much. And then we'll select these faces, pull these in, so it's the same thickness all the way around. And then we'll extrude this down on Z, so we'll just fill it in. Make it about that deep. This is pretty tall coal cut. They're usually a bit smaller. So almost like the top here. I'm just gonna pull it down on Z a bit. Maybe like that much. And then make it a little tiny bit shorter. So maybe like, oh. Something like that. Then select the tiles, move them, has some overhang. Then select this I'm going to select this top, and I'm actually going to pull it out on, I'm going to size it up on Y a bit, so maybe that much. It's kind of pops out. And then I'll probably do the same, so let's go back on X, so a little more. Yep. And then I will go to face section and I'll pull in these ends a bit. So these two ends, pull these so it's even along all of them. So maybe like that much. Same thing on the other side. Pull that in about that much. Okay. And then I'm thinking the trim is pretty thick. Usually trim's a bit thinner, but that should be fine. We'll then select these top vertices here, or these top faces here, only the top ones, including this one. Don't know how I missed that. And then go plus, and then we'll add the red, and I'm just gonna assign these the red color. Same thing here. Put that on. Only those, red color. Okay. That's actually really thick. I'm gonna make it a little bit thinner because I feel like that's way too thick. Same thing with this.
Put it down, do it again, and you will lose
Okay. Okay, so now we will create kind of a plaque that can go on the side of the coconut. So here, let's hit stay and bring in a plane. Well, actually no, let's not do that. Let's select this, move it over on X, and then select the picture. Go to edit mode. I'm just gonna kind of cut this one out. So knife. Cut this out. Then enter this, cut this one out. I'll then go to face selection mode, hit Shift D, P selection, so that becomes its own object. I'll then go into object mode and pull this over to one of the sides. So maybe this one. Place it right in the center here. Alright, then go object, set origin to geometry, and size this up. Maybe that big. And then I will go in here, remove the train image, and then make this gold. It's like a golden plaque. Edit mode, A, and then extrude it a bit. I'll unselect the whole thing and pull it slightly, and then I'll pull it into the collet so that's slightly poking out, maybe like that much. And then I will carve out some text in it. I'm going to put in coal for the soul, but you can put in whatever you want. So Shift A, and then add in a text. We can then rotate this on X 9 degrees, and then pull this over, and pull it out. Bring flat on, we can size this down, and write down what you want. So I'm gonna go, and then you go edit mode, and you can delete all this backspace. And then let's write coal. Soul. That can be like the brand name, I guess. And then size this down a bit. Y. X. Make sure that you center it. And I'll change the text. So if you go to text here, we can go to font, and I'll change the regular font by selecting also the file. They have a lot to choose from. I'll probably do, let's see. How does this look? Your size up. That one is okay, but I think it's not for me. Let's see. I'll actually use this one, but then I'll size it up on X a little. So, in order to make a cut through, you'll have to select the text, then go convert to mesh. See, size it up on X. Something like that. I'll then go to modifiers and add the decimate modifier, make it plano or plano. Don't really know how to pronounce it, but. And then hit apply. And then go into edit mode, select all, and then extrude it a bit. And then back in object mode, and make just slightly go into the gold plaque. We'll then select the gold plaque, and then we'll add the Boolean modifier to it, and then select the text as our object, and then hit apply. Now if you pull the text away, there will be almost nothing there. Well, so you won't be able to see anything. But if you go into edit mode, you can see that I actually cut out the word. I don't know if it may have cut out on the inside too, which is, we didn't really want that, but. So look at the side. We'll have to delete all these ones in the middle here, so like that, delete those. And then we'll just go on selecting all of the ones we need to delete. So that one, this one. Delete that, so cool for the soul. And then we can take this and then shift D it, rotate on the 180, and pull it over to the other side. Yep. And then we can delete the text. And now we just have to add the coal inside the coal cut. So let's hit Shift A, and then bring in a UV sphere. We'll then size this down a bit, so, and then go, and then head into edit mode. Once you're in edit mode, you can then turn on proportional editing, and then you can just kind of pull it down, pull it up, zooming in, scrolling the mouse wheel in and out to either do more, do less. But we'll just kind of give it an odd auto shape. Okay, so that looks pretty good. We can then select this and then go Shift D, rotate it a bit maybe, and then actually maybe flip it around, rotate it on Y, size it up, pull it over, Shift-D, rotate it a bit, size it up, put it straight up and down, and then Shift-D, rotate it, but this time it can be on a slight angle, like that. So it's gonna be kind of a small pile of coal. So lit new, and then the base color will be pure black, and the roughness will be all the way up. So it's kind of like a matte black. We're gonna give this texture to everything. This is material 6. So material 6, material 6, and material 6. Oh. Okay, now that we have this, we can join all these. Control J. And then we'll do the same thing to make an even bigger pile. First, we'll place it inside of the coal cart though. So let's go. Let's put it down. From top view. This inside, maybe size down a bit more. Then go Shift-D, place it beside, rotate a little bit. Shift-D, place it to the side, rotate it a bit. Shift-D, same, select all these. Shift-D, median point, rotate it a bit. Shift-D, rotate it a bit, Shift-D. Pulls up, kind of like that, and then you can just kind of fill it in by shifting it. So let me size this one up a little bit, rotate it a bit, so you have some bigger pieces of coal. And then select all the coal here. So let's go just on the coal, and then pull it up. I'm just gonna delete these ones because I feel like those are kind of good. Pull it up slightly out of the cart, and then we kind of want it to mound, like mound upwards. So what I'm gonna do, unselect that, and looking from the side, I'm gonna just kind of mound it. Shift-D once more. And then looking from top view, we can then select a whole line of them. Rotate that on X a bit. It kind of looks like it's falling down. Then Shift-D this, pull it down even more into the cart. Kind of like that, so it looks like it's a mound. And then do the same thing with the other side. So look from top view, select all these, unselect this, unselect the tiles, and then Shift-D, Oh. And then Shift D, rotate that on X. Pull it down. And use this one, select this one. Whoa, that was weird. Anyways, and pull it in, as well as pull it out. Okay. So you can see it kind of mounts, but it's not perfect. So I'm going to delete the ones that are kind of coming out a little bit too much. And I'm going to fill it in. So we'll just... rotate it. Just gonna duplicate this a bunch, fill in the cracks. Okay, once you are done duplicating all of them for the first layer, as you can see there's some cracks. So what we're going to do is we're going to work on an angle, and we're just going to select all the ones at the top here. Oh. Hold shift, and we're just going to unselect all the things we don't want. Select the plaque, then we'll shift D, pull it down on Z, and move it slightly. Ever so slightly. And this should end up filling in most of the cracks and look pretty good. Just delete all the extra ones coming out of the side. If there is any. No. And then duplicate a couple more just for the cracks all around. And then yeah. So that is the cool cut basically done. I'm just gonna delete any of the extra ones we don't need. Delete the edges. Rotate it. And yeah, so that is the finished cool cut. So you should probably save your thing now. So hit save, so go to file, go save. Okay, so now that we have the cool cut, we also have to select all the coal. Select this as the main object. And we also do this with the signs, and then go control join. So as you can see when we move this around, everything goes with it. Okay, so now that we have that, we can now pull it back over. So how many vortices are we at? You can go to show overlays and then pull that tab down to statistics. 1 million and a bit triangles. That's way too many. That is all from all of the coal. So what I'm probably gonna do is I'm going to select all of the coal. I'll go to pull it back. Then go into edit mode. And then how am I gonna do this? Here we go. Unselect all that for now. Then control join those all together, making sure one of them is the main. And then we can take these, add the modifier of decimate, and then maybe make it, yeah, that's like a ton of vortices right there, about 1 million. And then turn this down to maybe 0.1. This is going to take a while. That almost makes the coal look better. It's a little more janky kind of coal is. So we can apply that. This will also take a while. And then once we apply that, we can now join it to everything else. So join, and now everything should move together smoothly. So then we'll put it back on X. Delete this one pesky coal piece that got away. And if we look on Y, the coal cut, which is right here, should be lined up with those wheels. So like that. Okay, so now we can create the couplers that will connect the two cords together. So let's hit Shift A, or let's hit F4. I'm gonna go import images planes, and then I'm going to go to desktop, chain images, and bring in my coupler JPG. I'm gonna move this over, and I'll cut out one of them. So looking from top view, go into edit mode, and then using my tool to cut out the coupler. So we're just cutting it out. Then hit A, bring it over. About the last A, enter. Okay. So now we can cut out the extra faces. So that one and this one, and then keeping this one, we can go into the material properties and remove the material that's on here. We'll then add the silver material to it, then go edit mode and extrude it down on Z. This should be relatively thick. And pull this end out a bit. Yep. We can then take this, shrink it down, shift D it, rotate it on Z, 180, and then kind of line these up. So like that. Then select both, shrink it down, pull it up, size it up a little bit, make sure that they're both inside the cart, place it in the middle, and then probably size it up on Z. Okay, so that's the couples done, so then you can go save again. And now we can create the train track. So we can delete our images, I believe, and then we'll hit Shift A, bring in a circle, and then looking from top view, we can size it up quite a bit, like that big. Pull it up on Y using hitting G and then Y. And then we will shift it and then move on X so that these 2 points right here are connecting, and shift it again and do it so that this side kind of connects to here and that side kind of connects to there. And then we'll hit Shift A, then go to curve, or then we'll go Shift A, then we're going to edit mode of this circle. Go into single vertices selection mode, hit Shift D, then P, and then go selection. Then in object mode, select that single vertex you just made, and place it right on one of the sides of the circle. You can then select it and then extrude it, and you want to kind of make a big bean shape, extruding it all the way around. So let's go this and then extrude up, pull this back a bit, you can always move some of the vertices later if it's not perfectly to your liking. For now, I'm just going a bit faster. Select these two and hit F to fill. We're gonna go back to object mode, delete that one, and delete this. Then go into edit mode, turn on proportional editing. I'll probably pull this top up a bit, just make it a little more of a bean shape. Then I will pull back in the sidebar here, and then go loop cut. And I'm just going to go. I'm gonna go to object mode and then add the subdivision modifier. I'm gonna make this a level of maybe 2. Apply that and then go into edit mode and see how it looks. I'll then kind of fix up these rougher edges. So just going in and pulling them slightly in and out.
This took like 2 minutes to. Like, he needs support. Like, if it wasn't the doctor, I'd be like, yeah, he's busy.
Okay. So once you've kind of made it the shape you want, we can now create the track that will go around the path. In order to do this, we are going to hit Shift A, then bring in a plane, look flat on the x-axis, rotate on X 90 degrees, Oh, not newbies. Shrink it down. Pull it up to the front. And then cut out sort of a hourglass shape, but it has a flat bottom. So, knife tool. I'll duplicate the other side. Cut. Flat bottom. Again. And then pull it in. And hit enter. We can then move some of the vertices around, turning off proportional editing. Then move a couple of vertices around to make the top of it straighter, as well as round out the edges a bit better. We're gonna go into face selection mode, delete this face as well as the other face. Then select it and add the mirror modifier. Make sure that you're mirroring it on Y, and then applying it in object mode. Once it is applied, you can select one of the faces, so I'll do this one. I'm just gonna pull it in slightly on Y, and then I'm gonna go to vertices selection mode. I'm gonna hit A, I'm gonna right click, and I'm gonna go merge vertices by distance. I'm then gonna turn this distance up to 0.02, and I'll click away, and as you can see, now they're joined in the middle pretty well. Okay, now we will take it, size it down, and place it right under these wheels here. So these wheels actually have to be slightly pulled up, I think. Okay. Then go back in object mode. Put it right under the wheels on that side. Maybe size it down a little bit more. Then go Shift D, pull it over to the other side. Once select both of them, go to edit mode, use A to select all, and extrude it a bit. Maybe about that much. Then pull it out on X, go to material mode, make it the gray color, as well as the other one. It's material 1, this material file, make it material 1. We'll then join these, so Control J to join, and then right click, and then go shade smooth. We'll then go auto smooth, and then now we can create the wooden plank that will go underneath them. So in order to do this, we'll go Shift A and bring in another plane. We'll then look from top view, pull it over, shrink it down a bit, and size it down on X. We want it to be pretty wide and pretty long, like that. We'll then go to edit mode and cut out some slight breaks in the ends of these. Like that. and that. We'll then remove all these extra end faces. And then we'll select this face and extrude it. Whoa, what's going on? And extrude it down on Z. Down on Z, and extrude it down on Z. Okay, we'll then go back in object mode and pull it down so it's just intersecting with the top of the railroad, the metal pieces of the railroad. And then we will give this a new material. Then go to shader editor. I'm just gonna pull this up a bit and zoom in. I'm then gonna select the principal BSDF and hit Control Shift T, and it'll open up it'll open up the Blender file view. I'll then go to desktop, go to train images, and then go to wood planks with Dot. Select all these, and then hit principal texture setup. If you're not able to press Shift Control T, you can go into Edit Up here, go Preferences, and then I believe it's called Node Wrangler. I think you have to have Node Wrangler on in order to do that. So you'll just want to find this and turn it on. Because if you see, if I take this off, then I select it. If I hit Control Shift T, nothing will happen. So you Control Shift T. But then if I turn it on, so then I hit Control Shift T, it'll pop up. So that's what you need to make sure that that's on. And if you're wondering where I got the texture from, I got it from Polyhaven, and you can also find that in the description. The link for it in the description. Okay, I'll then search up color ramp. No, not command Z. Shift A, search color ramp. I'll then put this in and change the white color over here to a dark brown. Like that. I'll then go into edit mode, hit all, hit U, and then go unwrap. Once you hit unwrap, you can go to UV editing, select it, and you should see it here. We'll then hit all. I'm going to size it down and size it up on Y. It's about the size of one of our planks here. I think that's pretty good. We can then go back to layout, and the textures should look much better. I'm gonna make this a little bit darker by changing the black to also more of a darker brown. And so now we kind of have our slats here. The sides don't look how they're supposed to. I'm supposed to go U cube projection. Does that change anything? Yeah. Select it. There we go. Okay. We'll then join this to the rails, and then we can select it and add the array modifier to it. We don't want it to be arrayed on the X factor, but we want it to be arrayed on the Z factor 1. We'll then array this quite a few times, and then we will add the curve modifier. We'll then go over here and then convert this to a curve. then select this and select that curve. As you can see, it's going really weird, and that's because you'll need to use G and move it around in order to fix that. So as you can see, right there doesn't look bad. Something like that was pretty solid. Yeah, okay. So we can then lower the array. See how many we need. So right now it is about 330. In order to make it a little bit easier for the trains to go on the path, I'm actually gonna size up the path a bit. So I'm gonna make it about that big. Select this, give it a couple more. One, two, three, four. Okay. So now it's all connected. We will now place the both our front engine and the coil card onto the track. In order to do this, we're going to go to constraints, and we're going to add the follow path constraint to it. We'll then change the target to the object circle. Then also turn on the follow curve. Then go to your object properties and change the locations all to 0. Once you've done that, you can then rotate it a bit. I'm also going to pull this down on Z, just a tad, so that it lines up. And pull it up. Oh, what's going on? Okay. I'll then rotate this a bit on Z, or the engine a bit on Z. So let's rotate that. The other side. Making sure it's kind of even. We'll pull it out. We'll then select the path and move it a bit if everything's not aligned. So select this. Select the engine. Rotate it. So those are lined up pretty well. Back wheels are lined up pretty well. Middle wheels are interesting. We can then select it, go to constraint, and then I'll go back to timeline. I'm then gonna change the offset to the tightest point in the track, which is right here. I'm gonna see if those wheels still line up. They do not. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to go back. I'm gonna zoom in a bit. I'm gonna size up the path even more. Oh, actually, I want to size up the path anymore because I feel like that path's really big, maybe just a little bit. But I'm gonna go to edit mode. I'm gonna select this vortex right here, and then looking from top view, I'm going to pull it down a bit. So as you can see, it's much more gradual. I'll then go back in object mode, add a couple more wheels. So bam, 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 bam. That's pretty good. And then one thing I'm realizing is that the front wheels should be a little bit thicker, because right now they're a bit thin. So I'm gonna use L to select these, and then I'm gonna go to local and size them up on How am I gonna do this? See, did sizing up the chalk make it a bit better? That's fine. And then let's go to the tightest cove again, tightest tone again. So I should probably like wait Dale now. So I'm going to rotate this. I'm gonna rotate this a bit, and then I'm just gonna so that's pretty good. I'm then going to lift it up on Z by maybe 0.005. It's a bit too much. Let's go 0.009. 0.001. That looks pretty good. I'll then check to see if it lines up the whole time. So a heel seems to line up pretty well. Let's check the other side. Seems to line up okay. I might rotate this a slight bit more, just a slight bit, something like that. How about I see its original spot, so let's see how does it look. Put the rules on. Okay, so offset will start at 0, and then at the end we'll make it go around once. So offset 100. We'll then apply that. Oh, then keyframe that, so it should go, and then we'll make the interpolation more linear, so it should go around once. So as you can see, that is not going around, which is pretty cool. We'll now do the same thing we just did that one to the coal coat. So okay, now we will do the coal coat. So I'm gonna make sure the origin point is in the middle of it. So I think that's like right about there. So object set origin to 3D cursor. I'll then add the follow path constraint, select the circle, then turn on follow curve. I'll then set all the locations to 0, 0, and 0. I'll then rotate it on Z a bit, like that much, and I'll pull it back on the offset. I'll then pull this up on Z a tad bit, so maybe that much, and then I'm gonna select the curve, I'm gonna move it a little bit. Like that. I'll then select it and then move it to the tightest cove on the track. Right here. See if it's still on. Yep. And yep. Okay, so go back to 0, 4. We'll go back to minus 1.25. Key from that, go all the way to the end. Go plus 100. Plus 100. Key from that, and then right click, hit interpolation mode linear. So after we watch it, you're supposed to go around once, and then at the end, it should loop perfectly. Yep. So now we will do the couplers. So the couplers are right here. And we'll actually delete one of them and just do one for now. And then just duplicate that one after. So constraints, follow path, target, circle, follow curve. Go on here, change all of these to 0, 0, 0. Then check where it is. So it's right inside though. We'll then rotate this so it's on the same angle as the chain. Make it maybe 7.5, 7.25. That works. And then we will make it go down so maybe minus 2.5, minus 2, minus 2.3. That looks pretty good. And then we're at the end. Go here. Or we're at the beginning. Key from that. Don't know why I key from that. And then we're at the end. I will go plus 100. Key from that, right click, interpolation linear. And so that will follow that chain the whole time. And then also go Shift D, rotate on Z, making sure that it's straight in the other one. Then I'll move it a little bit so it's a little more even. And then I'll have to move it on, add a little more on Y, so maybe 4, 1. It's a bit too much. 0.8. That looks pretty good. So now if we watch this, the couples will always stay together, and the chain goes on the track, as well as the cold cart. And so now we can create the passenger cart. We'll first need to check to see how long our base of the passenger cart can be to still fit the track. We'll do this by hitting Shift A, then bring in a cube. I'll then pull this down, kind of find a spot where the cold cart is a bit straighter, so something like that. Then looking flat on Y, I'm going to pull this cube over, size it down on Z until it's about the same thickness as as the base of our cut. So from this top piece right here to the bottom piece, so right here to here. So let's size that down a little bit more. Something like that. That looks pretty good. I'll then also pull this over and size it down on Y. So something like that. And then we can start off by making it this long, and then we can always shorten it later. But I'm now gonna add wheels to it. So select the wheels, and then we'll go Shift D, and then place them somewhere else. And then we'll have to hit P, and then we'll have to right click, then go to parent and go clear parent. Once you've cleared the parent, it'll probably fly off to somewhere else, so you'll have to drag it back. And then I'm gonna look flat on X, and then center it on our base. So something like this. Then pull it over on X. Go from side view, G on X. Make sure there's some overhang. So that's pretty good. Shift D, G on X. Make sure it's about the same amount. Something like that. We can then parent all of these wheels to the base here. So right click, parent object. These shall move with the base. And then once we're selected on the base, we can go add object constraint and go follow path. We'll then turn on follow curve and then select the path we have, the bean shaped path. And then we'll go to object properties, set all of the locations to 0. So we will then rotate this a bit, so something working from top view, something like this. I will then pull it down on Z, so maybe 2.8 to minus 0.027. Usually you'll have to go into decimals in order to make sure that they line up. So I can already tell that, the track is either way too small or my thing's way too long. So what I'm gonna do is, first I'm gonna try sizing up the, I can't size up the track now that those chains are on. So I'm just gonna size down our platform a little bit. So make sure this is on local, G on X. I'm gonna size it down until it kind of comes to this middle of this wheel here. So G on X, size that down, and then G on X, size that down, and then I'll go back in object mode, select this wheel, G on X, or G on, we'll have to get on the right angle, so global. Need to find a flatter spot, so let's go right there is pretty flat. G on X. Pull that in so that there is some overhang. Same thing with the other side. Okay. This seems to fit the track a bit better. I'm also going to check to see how long this is compared to the other carts. So it's pretty decent size. So now it's following. We need to check the wheels to see if the wheels are able to stay on the whole time. So the path may need to be moved a little bit over. So let's go. As well as this might want to be we might want to rotate this a little bit, so something like that. Maybe a little more. That works. Let's check the other clutch to make sure that the wheels are still well on them. So yeah. Okay, so now we'll bring this. We'll change its offset so it's at the tightest spot. So the tightest spot is probably right around here. So right here. Check to see if the wheels stay on. They do not. So what I'm thinking is, are we able to size up the track? Kind of. Okay, I'm gonna size this up maybe that much. And then I'm gonna select our track here. Turn the count up. Make sure that connects again though, so something like that. As you can see, our train or engine and then our coal car got separated a bit. So we're gonna want to reconnect these. It also seems like this has to be rotated a little bit more. So let's rotate that on Z just a tad bit. Yep. And then this one seems to have moved over a bit, so 0.0001. Oh no, so it's floating. Yeah. So if you make this 0, maybe it's a bit better. Need to add a little bit more. Something like that looks pretty good. Maybe move it a little bit over on X. So plus 0.001, 0.0005. That looks pretty even. And then we'll just need to change the beginning keyframes. So let's go keyframes. Turn this off. We need so that connects to the coupler. So that looks pretty good. Keyframe that, and then go to the end. We'll delete the end keyframe. So delete that. Go to the end keyframe, which is the 11, and then go plus 100. Keyframe that. Select all. Right click. Go into pollution mode, linear. Same thing with this one. So the engine. Go to the back. Remove the offset. We'll need to minus 0.01, 0.3, 5. 5 looks pretty good. Keyframe that. Select the N1. Delete it. Oh. Go to the end frame. Plus 100. Keyframe that. Hit A, select all. Into pollution mode, linear. So those should all, that should connect now the whole time. As well as still line up with the track. So that does. So that's good now. Now that the track is a bit bigger, the passenger wheels to be able to fit a bit better. Let's hit 5 on our numpad to be able to zoom in a bit better. It's okay. I think if this might need to be a little bit moved. Is that centered in the track? What is the center of the track? Right there. See, top view. Those tracks look right there. Yeah, those wheels seem to look fine. Let's see. Let's follow everywhere else. Yeah. Okay, so this is a pretty good sized base. So now we can. Oh, it's in the ground. Maybe -2. That looks pretty good. Okay, so I'm just going to write down -0.02. So -0.02. I suggest you write it down too, so that when we place it back onto the track, you can know exactly like what location it has to be, what rotation it has to be. So rotation is 90.3 on z-axis, on the z-axis. So this is on z, and then rotation on z is 90.3, so 90.3 degrees. And then we're just going to remove the target for now, keeping the follow path on it though. And then we're going to move it somewhere else. So let's say over here, rotate it, delete this one out. Okay, so now we have the base. I'm also going to give this the silver metallic color. And now we can start to create the actual, passenger cart. So let's hit F4. Then I'm gonna go import images planes. I'm gonna go to my train images. I have this really nice one of one of the Polar Express passenger carts. So I'm gonna rotate this on X 90 degrees and size it up. I'm gonna pull it so that's right next to our engine here, the engine of our train here. I'm gonna find a spot where the engine's pretty straight. And then I'm going to pull it over to our engine. And then I'm going to size it down until one of the windows is about the same height. So let's do something like that's pretty good. I'll then pull this over to our base of our passenger cart. So pull this over, look flat on Y, pull it up so that this edge and the top edge lines up with the edge of this door and the bottom. Something like that. And then we can now start to cut. So let's go into edit mode. And we're going to use the knife tool to cut out only the wall, not the roof or nothing, but only like from here down here and over, and then from here down here, and then we'll cut out some extra pieces. So starting up at this edge, I'm gonna hit A, pull it down, right there, pull it all the way over to that edge, pull up to the top, and then connect these two, enter. So that's a pretty clean cut. I'm gonna go on to edge selection mode. I'm just gonna pull this edge a little bit over, like that. Yep. I will now cut out the trim on these sides. As you can see, there's like a trim that goes along here as well as the top. So I'm gonna cut those out. So top here, you hit A to use that tool. right there. Enter. Zoom in. Right about there. A. Use the tool. Right click. Then we'll just go in a little bit, something like that, and then go to the other side. This is so when we pull out the trim, it doesn't pull out the entire face, but only those two thin faces that we're gonna make. So right click, something like that. Then like that. Okay, so we can now hit enter. I'm gonna pull down this bottom edge so it's the same thickness, like that, and then I'll do the same thing to the bottom here. So knife tool, hit A, pull it all the way over, right click, right click. Same amount. Okay, hit enter. So now that we have these two faces, I'm gonna cut out some extra space on both sides. So from this bottom piece of the trim to the top edge of this trim, I'm gonna cut, so let's say right about here. Let's cut straight down, so using the A tool, enter. And then same thing to the other side. We want it to be roughly the same size. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, about 7.5 blocks. This one is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, about 7.5 blocks. So that's pretty good. Pretty even. We'll now hit enter on that, and I'm just gonna select all the faces we just cut out. So this one, all of those, bottom one here, and this one, and then I'm gonna hit Shift D and I'll move it over on X. Okay, so we pulled it over on X, and then I'm gonna hit P, then go to selection, and I'm gonna go back in object mode, and then now we can cut out the windows. So edit mode, knife tool, and cut from here, use the A tool. And this window will also kind of have a rim. Let's add some extra rim here. Maybe not that much, maybe like that much. Use A tool, like that. We're gonna cut out some extra space, so maybe if that's the corner right here, then for my here, use the A tool, cut to right here, A tool, A tool, A tool, something like that. See, there seems to be a vertex at this top here that overlaps, so I'll just delete that one, and then select this, we fill it in, so F to fill it in. Same thing with these bottom ones here, fill. Okay, now we can kind of cut out a rim. I'm also just going to pull on these top edges to make it a little more even all the way around. So like that. I'll then also use the knife tool to connect this edge to here. And then now we can cut out the rim or the trim kind of on the inside. So right from here, hit A, connect to here, hit A, Connect heel, heel, then back to the original one, hit enter. Same thing, but just on the inside. So right here, using the A tool. So down, there, and heel, enter. Okay, now we can cut out the. Well, we already have the inside face, which will be this one. And I'm just gonna cut out a little bit extra on the sides. So let's go like so. Oh, and then knife tool. Like that. Let me select this edge, pull it in just a little bit. Your cuts don't have to be perfect because your cuts don't have to be perfect because you can always move them a bit later. Okay, so now we're gonna go to face selection. I'm just gonna select all these faces we just cut out. So all of those, and the ones at the top here. We're then going to hit Shift D on these, move them over on Y. So G on Y. Then hit P and selection on that. We'll then go to object mode, select it, and then line it up with the edge here. So G on X. And that up. And then now we can erase it. So go to modifiers, go away, and then we want to erase it on that. We do want to erase it on the X factor, but -1. And then let's see how many times we can erase this. So total of 11 times? About 11. Yes, let's say 11 times. We will then go into edit mode, and I'm just going to select this inner rim here, all these inner rim faces, and then pull them out. So G on Y. I think I'm doing that right. Let's see. So I'm in X-ray mode. That looks good, I think. Just a little bit. I will do the same thing here. So select the face of that trim, pull it out like so, and then now we can. I'm gonna shrink this down slightly on X so that it fits that side too. Okay, and then I will go to the materials, remove this one as well as this one. So you can see we have a bunch of windows. I'll extrude it a bit on the sides. We'll make this wall the gray, and then we'll head into edit mode, select the trim. So the bottom trim. Hit plus, red color, assign that, so we have a red trim. And then I'll also select the windows, edit mode. I will select all of them, so I need to apply the away modifier, so go to modifiers, apply, then go to edit mode. I will make them all what color should I make them all? Probably red. I'm gonna call it red originally. I will then select the faces in between. So this one, these two, do this all the way around, or for all of them, and one here, and then I'll make this the silver color. And then I will plus select our glass material. I'm gonna rename this glass because it looks black, which makes it definitely not look like glass. So I'm gonna name it glass. Oh, ton of caps. Glass. Assign, and then select all these faces. And then add the glass. Okay, so now we have a bunch of windows. The outer rim is kind of thin, so that'll be fine. I'm then going to join the windows to our wall. So Control J. So now it's all joined, and then I'll pull it over to our platform. So that's nice and lined up. Also pull this on a Y a bit. Oh, don't hide. Line this up like so, both sides, and then pull it out so it's quite a bit over the wheels, because it can have some overhang. So G on Y. Let me pull it in a little bit, kind of like that. I'll then add the mirror modifier, and then select our base as the mirror object, mirror it on Y. So now you have one on both sides. And I'll then apply this. And now we can create the roof. I'll also create the bottom by just selecting these two bottom faces here. Edge selection mode. This one, F to fill. And then we won't do this with the roof though, because we'll want to create the roof first. So in order to create the roof, I'm going to kind of do it how I made the train engine roof. So we're first going to hit Shift A, bring in a circle, and rotate it on Y 90 degrees. We'll then pull it over to our passenger cart, go into edit mode, single vertices selection mode, delete the bottom half, select the top half, size it down on Z. We'll then shrink it down quite a bit. Looking from top view, we'll then place it over our passenger cart, shrinking it down so there's only a little bit of overhang on each side. So maybe like that. That looks pretty good. We'll then pull it down on Z, so G then Z. We'll then extrude it down on Z, and then shrink it down on Y to make sure that it's the same thickness all the way around. So let me size it up on Y a little bit. Something like that. We'll then select the two end vertices and pull them out so that they're relatively straight. So like that. And then like that. Top seems a little bit wider, so I'm gonna select this edge again. I'm just gonna size it on Y in a little bit, maybe like that, and then take the whole thing, and then take the whole bottom edge, and then size it up like so. Select both these. Pull it down a little bit. Okay. So now we are going to pull this to the front of our passenger cart and try to line up the vertice. So it goes see-through mode. Select the entire thing. I'm trying to line that up with the corner. So like that. We'll then move it in on Y and shrink it down so those corner vertices line up with these corner vertices, or these corners. So pull it over, look flat on Y, maybe something like that. Almost size up a little bit. G on Y, maybe pull it down just a tad bit. Okay, well then look flat on Y, and extrude it. So maybe that much. I'm gonna extrude it a little bit more, like that. A big one, then a little one. We'll then go into face selection mode and turn off X-ray and only select these faces all the way around. So all of those. We'll then size this up and pull it up on Z. So like that. We'll then go into edge selection mode. Select this bottom edge and this bottom edge and pull them down, so G, Z. We'll then add the away modifier to it. Make the factor on Z -1 and turn the factor on X to 0. And we'll then make the count maybe 10 looks pretty good, so let's do 10. I'm just gonna apply that. We'll then go into edit mode and delete the front edge here, so or go into vertice selection mode, see-through mode, select all these, delete that. We'll take all of them and pull them forward, so size it down on X a bit. Like so. Maybe one more. Okay. We can then head into face selection mode. Audio. And then inside we're gonna select all these faces. So let's go. Well, we can actually select the whole thing. And then make it the gray color. So let's make it the gray color. We'll then shade the smooth and then turn on auto smooth. So that looks pretty good. We can also see that this end face here is hollow. So let's go edit mode, edge selection mode, hold Alt, select this edge and go F to fill. It is not on the other side, so that's good. We can now fill in this wall. So let's select the walls and the floor as well as the roof, make the walls and the floor the main, and go Control J. So let's join those. Turn on auto smooth. We can then head into edit mode, select the wall here, and what I'm actually gonna do before I do this though is I'm gonna cut the train in half. So the half point, if there was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 windows, then it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, the 6th one I have to cut it right down here and right down this middle point. So let's go in we're in edit mode, let's go knife tool, and then we'll cut right from about here. And we'll cut all the way using the A tool, we can cut all the way down. That's pretty much half. We'll then want to connect these, so let's go like, we want an X-ray mode, we need to be in X-ray mode. X-ray mode, side view, knife tool, right from about here, A, all the way down, oh, A, all the way down, enter, and then let's hide this for now. Same thing to the other side, so edit mode, side, knife tool, right there, A, cut, enter, we'll want to connect this to that. This to here. I don't know why that won't connect, but that's fine. We can then go out of here, so let's go enter, and then we'll select this whole side, and we start to delete it. Okay. We have a couple extra pieces we'll need to cut in half, so this one right here. That, enter, delete all of these. Same thing to the other side. Knife, right here, enter, select all these, delete them. Now we will do this right to these two. So let's go side view, knife tool right here, and then enter. This face, this face. This one needs to get cut. This one didn't either. Come on, why won't you cut? Gotta zoom in really close here. This one doesn't seem to want to cut. It'll cut there though. Let's see, why is that? Is it this little piece? Oh, I think it is. Knife tool. We'll just delete that for now. See, that works. Select that, delete that. And let's go edge selection on. Fill that in. Face selection on, select this face right here. Right underneath. Okay. And then we can now go back in object mode, turn on the mirror modifier. So mirror this, select this, and then mirror it on X, not Y. So as you can see, now everything mirrors to the other side. It looks completely normal. You have 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 windows. And now, when we do something to this side, it'll happen to the other. This will help out a lot when we're making the stairs and the doors. That way we don't have to repeat it twice in a row, which would be really annoying. So now I'll fill in this wall by just going around here and selecting this entire edge. So that, and then this one right here, just on the outer side. That and hit F to fill. This will happen to the other side, as you can see. Then looking flat on X, we're going to use the knife tool to cut out a decently thick platform here, or rectangle. We can then go into face selection mode, select it, and extrude it. So maybe about that long. I'm also gonna select these faces over here on the roof. System mode, select all of these. I'm gonna pull them out a bit. Select here. I'm just going to extrude this out. Or side. Extrude that out a bit. Maybe about that. And then a little more. Big. A little bit. And then just select all these faces. This way we can have some overhang on each side. Like that. Okay. So now we have that done. I'm gonna pull this in a bit. Side view. X-ray mode. Let me select this. Pull it in. And now we can create the stairs on each side. So edit mode. So let's select this one first. Actually, we're going to then go out of X-ray mode. And looking from bottom view, we are going to cut out some long rectangles at the bottom here. So there, and one on the other side. Like that. We will then select these faces, and then looking on Y, extrude them down. Select the squares, and select the ones on the sides. Oh, select this one on the side. Extrude it out. So it's a square. Same thing with the other one. Then take these and extrude these down. And take the side ones and extrude them out again. So now I have steps, but they're really blocky and really big. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pull these faces in a bit. So pull that side in a little bit, then stick both of these. Pull this one in a little bit, maybe like that. Same thing with the other side. So pull this one in a bit, and pull both of them in a bit. We'll then go to edge selection mode, select these bottom edges of the stairs, look flat on X, and pull them up so that as you can see, there's kind of smaller triangles here. Okay, we can now cut out the door. So, looking from basically flat on Y, we'll use the knife tool. So hit K. Just cut out a simple door. Maybe about that tall. Then go like rounded edges. Use the A tool here. Might make it a bit easier. Enter. We can then pull this door over on. Oh, I'm stuck on this one, don't want that. We can then center this door. So let's go G on Y, maybe something like that. I'm just gonna pull this platform down a little bit here. So let's go G on Z. That's a bit better. And then I'll cut out a window So let's go knife tool. Get out of it. And tool. We'll then go into single vertice selection mode. Pull this one up on Z a little bit, so to even. Pull this one up so that it's even with the other one. This side I think has to drop this down a little bit. And then I'm going to go into loop cut mode, make the number of cuts 1. Look at this, this, and this. And then I'm going to go into selection mode. Select this, pull it out a little bit. This is just so we have a bit. This is just so we get some rounder edges, like that. I'm also going to select this middle piece here, pull it over a bit, like so. Pull this side in. And then I will select these faces and then make them red. I'll then select this inside face here and make it glass. So you can see duplicates to the other side. I will then create a door handle. So Shift A, bring in a cube, size this down a bit, pull it over, select this face, extrude it out, select this one, stretch out a bit longer. We'll then hit plus and add the gold to it. Then use L to select it and then go assign. So now it's gold. We're then going to use L, then hit P and selection. Once we hit P selection, we can then go into object mode and select it. And then we'll take off the mirror modifier and then add the subdivision surface modifier to it. We'll make this a level of 2, and then we will go into edit mode. I'm gonna select this face and just hit E. Same thing with this one, and then same thing with the end here. That one looks a little bit weird. Maybe I won't do that one. I will do this one a little bit, and then this one a little bit. Okay. We can then go back into object mode, size this down, pull it over, object set origin to geometry, look flat on X, size it up, kind of put it where your hand height would be, so maybe what about there. I can then put it inside of the door a little bit, so put it in, and then I'll join this to the actual, apply this, and then I'll join it to our passenger court. We can then hit shade smooth. I'm just gonna turn on auto smooth, like always, and now we can create the railings. So let's go Shift A, go to mesh and bring in a cylinder. We'll then shrink down the cylinder quite a bit. I'm looking on X, we'll pull it down and then size it up on Z. It should be about as tall as the door handle, so that should be pretty good. We'll then move it to the corner, so move on Y, right about here. Bring it out. And let's go Shift D, Shift D, Shift D. Make sure that they're all basically evenly spaced. Don't have to be perfect, but you want them to be about the same. So as you can see, there's the edge there, so we don't want to go over that. So I'm going to select all of them now. Not this. Select the middle one here, and then go Control Join. I'll move them slightly over. Like that, so there's an even amount on each side. And then I'll make these silver. So, and then I will hit Shift A and bring in a cube. And size this cube down on Z. And then size it down overall. Then size it down on X. I'll then pull this down onto our bars here. Size it up on Y. That. Pull it over on X so it's centered. Make it a little bit thicker. Make this gold. And then join it to these. So Control J. And then I'll join the railings to the actual passenger court. So as you can see, this should duplicate to the other side. Shade smooth. Auto smooth. We can now add the golden trim that goes around the entire, well, passenger court. This will be placed just under the trim, just under the the trim here of the windows, so just under these. So let's select it, head into edit mode, knife tool, bite it under like that. We'll use the A tool to go perfectly straight. Wait a minute. Control A, there. Maybe about that big. A. There. I'm looking from above. We'll go. Straight. Can't seem to get a straight on here. Because it seems to cut through the bars. So let's enter that. And I'm just gonna hide those bars for now. Now we can continue. So right there. A. There. A. That one upstairs on an angle. I don't want that. I think it makes it straight from the angle you're looking at. So you need to be looking at on it from the right angle. Yep. And then just cut right through that door there. It's fine. Enter. And then knife tool. A. That. Enter. Then go face selection. Select all these faces here. And then just make it the gold color. Or the gold material. And now we can unhide those seats. So Alt H. And now we can add the seats inside. I'd also say that the door is a bit short, so I'm gonna go into edit mode. Just select our top of the door there. And pull it up. Roll the handle. G on Z. Okay. So it's a Shift A and bring in a circle. We'll then rotate the circle on X 90 degrees. Pull it over. Look from side view. Edit mode. Single vertice selection mode. delete the bottom half. Select the bottom half, yo. Or select the bottom vertices. Pull it down quite a bit. Like so. Then an A, size down. Fill it in with F. Then we will extrude it, so maybe about that much. This could be the back of the seat. Then go to object mode. Shift G this. Rotate it on Y 90 degrees. Oh. Rotate it on Y minus 90 degrees. Make sure you Shift D it. We'll then take this and place it right inside of the other piece. So line up those corners. Like that. Then head into edit mode. Select these vertices right here, the end, and pull those in. Make sure you're in X-ray mode, so you select all of them. Maybe like that. That looks pretty good. We can then shade these. I won't shade these smooth. Then let's hit Shift A and bring in a UV sphere. We can then go into edit mode. Slide on, select half of it, so like that, and then pull it out on X. We'll then select the whole thing, size it down, pull it over to our seat. This is going to be the armrest. Size it down on Z, and then size it up on Y. That'll look pretty well. We can then go into object mode, join this to the actual seat part, so Control J. Same thing with the bottom of the seat here, so join. And we will then go Shift A, bring in a plane, rotate this on X 90 degrees, pull it down over to our handle. Size it down, put about halfway inside the armrest, and then go into edit mode. I'm just gonna kind of cut out something that holds the entire chair up. It's kind of like the bottom of the chair. So let's go here, well, A, here, enter. We'll go knife tool again. From the end here, and we'll just kind of slowly come in. Like that. And I'm not gonna move around these vertices a bit in order to get it to my liking. So I'm gonna pull that one back a bit. That one in. Okay, I'll then go into face selection, delete this face and this face. I'll then extrude this a bit. It's maybe about that thick. Object mode, put slightly into the chair. Edit mode, I'll select this piece, pull that out so that it is centered on there. I'll also size this up on Z a bit. And then I will join this to the seat, so Control J. Go into edit mode. Use L to select this. Then with Shift D, move it over. And then pull it in slightly, so like that. That looks pretty good. I'll then shade the smooth. Then turn on auto smooth, and just keep it at 30. That should be good. And then I will add a new material and make this kind of a darker brown. So let's go soft orangish red color. quite dark. Maybe like that looks pretty good. We'll then have to shrink this down quite a bit. Object, set origin to geometry. And we will place this inside of the train. What I'm gonna do is I'm going to go into edit mode and then select the entire front face here. Like that. I'm just gonna hide this. Oh. Oh, we can see inside. Oh. That doesn't really work. Cool. We can unhide that then. Because it doesn't really matter. Okay. I'm gonna go into this mode, select the chair, and then pull it down a bit so you can just see the seat popping up there. Maybe like that. Move it over on Y. Back to color mode. And move back in just so it's not coming out. Maybe like that. Pull it up. Maybe go into auto mode. Size the top of the seat down, so select that. No, just these top 4 seats here. Like that. It looks pretty good. And then we can shrink it slightly on Y. Pull it over. And we'll add the away modifier to it. So let's go away. I'm gonna do minus 1.1 maybe. A little more. Minus 1.2. That looks pretty good. And then we'll just duplicate one for every window. I believe there's 11. Yep. And then as you can see, these keep going slowly back. So this one's quite far back. And so this needs to be a little bit more. So maybe 1.1. That's pretty good. So look inside, we have a row of chairs. And then I'm just going to add the mirror modifier. Mirror this on Y. And I'm going to select the mirror object as the base here. Oh, what's going on? The base. Mirror it on Y. And then we need to have enough walk room. So let's go edit mode, select that chair and size it down on Y. Just enough so there's enough walk room left. That seems pretty good. And then we can apply the away in object mode, as well as apply the mirror. So now you have all the chairs inside too. I'd also say we almost want to... That's fine. Okay. Now we will place this... Well, we're going to take this, as well as the wheels, as well as the chairs, and we're going to parent this to our original base. So Control J. Oh. Apply that first. Control J. Join those. Turn on auto smooth. Zoom in. Everything's still looking good. I'm also going to add in some lights. So looking from side view, let's go Shift A, bring in some point lights. I'm gonna turn the radius down quite a bit, so maybe like that big. place those inside. 50 right in the middle. Should be a couple of these. So yeah, one there, and one at the second window from the right, like that. And then we'll just select all of these lights here, and then pull it to the middle of our court. So that, and pull it up like so. I'll then make all of them a orangish yellow. I'm also going to save this right now, so make sure you save it. And then I'm just gonna check in rendered mode. Let's see how it looks. We need to go into cycles. I'm gonna go GPU compute. You might not be able to do this, but it really depends on your computer. Then, so that looks pretty good. I'm gonna turn the world color down quite a bit. So maybe I can even go 0, but that's a bit too much. Let's go 0.1. That should be okay. That can be enough light for right now. How much light is that? Let's check. That is 10. So maybe it's like 100. Okay, so we can try that for now. 100. We can actually just select this point light, and then if you look inside, you can see these balls that are on the that are reflecting off of the metal. We don't really want that, so we can go into object properties, go visibility, and turn off transmission. So turn off transmission. Turn off transmission. Oh. Does that do anything? Oh, I guess for full reflections it doesn't. So that is okay for now. I'll then parent these to our base 2. So let's select all those. And parent those to our base. Or I'll call it now because we already joined all of them. So Control J. So everything should move around together. So that looks pretty good. Is this like crack here? Let's see. Back into color mode. I think it's because it overlaps a little bit here. Right here. Oh, here's the seam. This probably here where it joins is the problem. Let's hit Alt and select it. Hopefully this works. What about there? Okay. So since it's really close, and then we'll go to vertices selection mode, go all, and then go merge vertices by distance. Turn it down a bit. That keeps the crack, so we're gonna want like 0. Maybe 0.3, maybe 4. What if we just do 1? Two. There. I don't think that affects anything else, so that should be fine. Yep. Okay. So back into object mode. Now if we go into, you won't see that line and that light coming through, which is what we wanted. So that worked out quite well. Okay, now we can place this onto our track again. So if we remembered correctly, our coordinates that we wrote down, if we select here, target, and then the track, the coordinates were y is 0, z is minus 0.02, which we kept, and then rotation is 90.3. Oh, yeah, 90.3. There you go. So that should be now well on the track. Yep, that is. I think the wheels are slightly levitating, are they? Yeah, a bit. I'm gonna move that a bit more down. Oh, that's way too much. 2-1. 0.5. That looks pretty good. I'm also gonna then hit dang, the lights didn't come with it. Move it back. Select all lights. Bam. Bam. We'll hit 5 again. Zoom in a bit better then. Let's go X-ray mode. Select that light. Select this. Then let's parent those. Parent object. So now if we move this around, lights will come with it. Let's go back into render mode. 0. Position 90.3. I believe I made this 0.5. And then select the circle. Okay, we'll then hit Shift A and add in a plane. This is just for the floor of our track, so size this up quite a bit. Turn this off for now. Bring this over. Pull it down. So as you can see, I think it was a bit bright. So I'll go back into just color mode. Let's hide this for now. Oh, so there's a parent tip. We can't do that. Oh no, we can hide this for now. Turn this back on. Select the lights, and turn this maybe down to 50. Alt H, unhide that. See how that looks. 10. Okay, so I think that looks pretty good. You have the light in there. See all the seats, but it's not too much. And as you can see, it shines out, and you can kind of see all the windows. Okay, we'll also now add lights to our front engine here. We can also delete this picture now. So let's move this in, maybe frame 0. Let's go right about there. Actually looks pretty good. Maybe a little more. 2, 5, 2, 3. That looks pretty good. I'll keyframe it there. Go to the end. Plus 100. Keyframe that. Right click, interpolation mode linear. So as you can see, they all kind of follow each other. I will then go to the front here, go Shift A, and bring in a. I can't say duplicate this point light, I believe. Well, I'll bring in a point light. So point light, and then I'll take it and I'll place it. So it's right there right now. Inside our engine light. So let's go. As you can see, the radius is way too big, so let's shrink that down. That's probably pretty good. Oh, even more. Like that. I'll make this the same as the others. What does that look like in random mode? So it doesn't look well, but it does come out the back, which I don't like. So we'll pull that forward and over a bit more, so it's inside there. And it's coming out. So as you can see, it does actually light up the inside, which is nice. You can actually see it in there. I'm gonna select that. I want to reselect the light, and I'm gonna crank the power up to maybe 30. $50. That's pretty good. So I think 50 works quite well. I'll then parent this to the engine here. So right click, parent object. So now when I move the engine, now when the engine moves, the light should go with it. No. Light, this, parent object. There we go. Okay. We'll also, I'm then gonna duplicate this, so Shift E and put it inside our cab here. Go inside here. No. Okay. This one doesn't have to be as bright because I feel like that is a little bit too bright. So let's make this one 20. Does 20 work? Let's see. Nah, maybe 10 like the others. Yeah, that should be okay. So put that right there. And we are going to select that and parent it to the engine. So parent object. So now when the whole thing moves, the lights should come with it. So that works pretty well. And now I'm going to duplicate the passenger card a couple times. I'm gonna do it about 6. You can do as many as you want, or you can leave it here. But I'm just gonna show you how to do that. So let's go. These are also way too low, I realize. So let me pull those up. Not that much. Maybe like that. How does that look? No. 1.9. 1.8. That's a bit better. 1.8. Okay. And now I will shift it over here. So shift D. And then move it back maybe. How much? We'll also have to make this one longer on the end here, so. Global, local, G on what on X. Make this quite long. I will then keyframe the offset. Delete the N1. Do the same thing here, so Shift D. And this one is 1.525, so I'm gonna do the same thing for this. Minus 1.525. That should interlock. Yep, that works. Keyframe that. Delete the N1. And selecting both, we'll go to the end here. I'll go plus 100. Keyframe that. Plus 100. Keyframe that. And then we will select both. Select all of them, and then go interpolation mode linear. So if we watch this, they should follow and stay together. Yep. Turn this off. So that looks pretty good. Okay. I will now duplicate the passenger card, and how I'm going to do this is there's actually a specific offset number that you can find. So for example, maybe it's like, for you it might be like -1, but if you figure it out, you can, in order to duplicate it, you can just go -1 and then do the same thing for the couplers, so like -1, -1, and they'll all go into the right spot. So I'll try to find mine. So let's select all these wheels too, as well as the lights inside. And then go Shift D. Select this and move it. So that looks, I like how that looks. How many was that? So if we we need to go to frame 1. Frame 0. Did you start the frame 0? Yeah. Nice. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Okay, so 14 back, that's -1.4. Yeah, so mine is -1.4, so I'll re-keyframe that. And then I'll delete this N1. I'll write that down. So -1.4 on offset. So if you now duplicate these, so go Shift D, go to the beginning frame, and then go -1.4. It'll go into the correct spot. So keyframe that, delete the last frame. Do the same to this one. So minus 1.4 goes into the correct spot. This one I'll have to elongate a bit, so it's like that end local G on X. Size it up. So we key from that, delete the N one. Now if we go back into color mode and we go to the end frame, which is this one, we can go plus 100, so plus 100. Oh, I didn't shift D that one, that's the problem. Yeah, so always make sure you shift D it. I'm just gonna redo that, so shift D minus 1.4 or no, sorry, plus 1.4 right there, keyframe that instead at the beginning, plus 1.4 keyframe that instead, collision mode, linear, that should follow now. Yep, back to 0. Now that we have this one keyframed at the beginning and the end, so 311 7, we will do this one. So let's go plus 100. Same thing here. Plus 100. And selecting all of them, hit A in the timeline. So hit A, so it selects all of the keyframes. Right click into pollution mode linear, into pollution mode linear. And then as you can see, now you have a second one and it should have all the lights in it and the seats. So I will repeat this a couple more times. You could just rewatch this part in order to make more, and I'll come back to you once it's done. Okay, so as you can see, we now have the 6 chords, so I duplicated them a couple more times. And now we can do the last step, which is creating the smoke for the smokestack. So I'm gonna go back into viewport shading with color, and then I'm gonna hit Shift A, and I'm gonna bring in a cube. I'm gonna go to a spot where the front of the train, where the engine of the train is relatively flat. So clicking on Y. That's pretty good. I'll then look from top view and place this square we just brought in right above our smokestack. Let me just pretty straight right there. Like so. I'll then size it up on Y as well as X quite a bit. Like that. Then size it up on Z. Place it right about here. We'll then go into the physics properties and add the fluid modifier, or add the fluid to it. We'll then make this a domain and change the resolution divisions to 64. I will then turn on noise and turn on dissolve and make dissolve maybe 15. I'll then turn the type of cast to all. And then frame start, I will do minus 100. And then frame ends, I will do 1311. So all, that's the end. Start, turn on noise, dissolve. I'll probably have to change the time a bit later, but for now let's keep it at 1564. So that looks pretty good. Then let's go Shift A and bring in a UV sphere. I'm then going to take this UV sphere and place it right inside of our smokestack. So let's bring it over here, like so. Look on the side, go like this. Push things down a bit, and then add the fluid modifier to this, but this one's going to be a flow. Keep it as smoke, but change the geometry instead, or the flow behavior, to inflow. Then change the density instead of 1 to 10. and change the initial velocity to minus 10 on x. So minus 10 on x. We'll then select back on the domain. We're going to go into shader editor and then we're going to hit new. We're then going to go down and change this to a principled volume. As you can see, the volume goes into surface. We don't want that. We want it to go into volume. And then we're going to change the density. For right now, let's just say 100 to see if it looks good. I'm also going to change the emission strength to 0. And then I'm going to go back to physics properties and then go bake all. This will take a while, so once it's done, I will come back. Okay, so I cast it once and it didn't look quite good, so I changed a couple things. I took the ball and I pulled it back a bit so that it was just over the smokestack and a bit above. I also went to the domain and I changed the time to 7, and then I kept the initial at minus 10, but I also changed the in shader editor I changed the density to 3. And then if you see it in render mode, as you can see the smoke, I'm gonna hide I'm gonna take the ball and take the squirrel and I'm gonna parent it to the steam box here. And then I'm actually going to hide the ball, and I think that it could be moved a little bit forward. So you can actually just grab the squirrel, go to G on X, and pull it forward a bit. I'm then also going to shrink it down on Z a little bit, so maybe like that. And I think that looks pretty good. If I turn off show overlays, that smoke looks pretty realistic. I might turn it up by maybe to 5, and then if we watch it, the smoke should follow. So as you can see, the smoke is following. A little trailing off there. So I think that looks pretty good. And so that is how you make a train in Blender. If you liked it, you can subscribe, leave a like, and turn on the notifications.